Welcome. Really good to have you here. It's Civilization VII's early access release day, and let's be honest, these days, early access is really just early release for people that want to play the game early and pay more money to do so. So here we are. I have not played the game at all yet. I'm like a small-time streamer, right? So I don't get any kind of extra early stuff on this to play the game multiple weeks in advance, all that kind of thing. So this is going to be my very first time playing through. And, I've kept up to date about some of the goings-ons with Civilization VII and kind of in general what the game kind of plays like and how it feels. But, like I said, I don't have any experience playing it myself, so we're going to see how this goes. I've already adjusted some of the options just to reduce the volume a little bit and adjust the graphics and all that kind of thing. But we're just going to pop into a new game. And you could spend, a million years choosing the leader here. I spent a little bit of time before the stream taking a look at all the leaders that are available. And, frankly, I don't really know enough about, what is good in the game, right? So is +1 resource capacity in cities actually, a good bonus? I literally have no idea whatsoever. Right, so I browsed through all of them and just decided I was going to settle on Ahsoka World Renouncer. It just seems like happiness is something that you're going to want in every city. You get some extra food for having happiness. It seems pretty straightforward in this case. And for the civilizations, again, I need to turn down this volume a little bit. Hopefully that's a little better for you all. In this case, you could, again, go through all of this stuff and, take a million years thinking about the different combinations of leaders and civilizations that you could pick. And, again, I don't know enough to know what's good. So I'm just going to take, a really straightforward approach and go with the Moria here, which have some extra, happiness, a couple things for culture and science, as well as this additional pantheon after you unlock mysticism, which is going to be religion-related, I assume. So that's kind of the plan. I'm just going to spend some time learning the game. I am just going to play on Governor difficulty as the default. I could maybe bump up to Viceroy. But frankly, when I was learning Humankind, I spent, hundreds of hours actually building up to being able to win Humankind consistently, and I think that really got started in the Victor open beta, whatever that was called, and then from there on I started playing it consistently. But for now we're just learning the game, so we're just going to keep things on default settings and see how it goes. So this is an interesting loading screen, actually. Maybe one day we will get past this very funny loading screen. I do wonder if it's I haven't experienced this without streaming it yet, but I'll let the narrator speak here.
Hardy as the Himalayas, become the stewards of the world.
Okay, so they only read the intro text. I can't remember her name. I think it's Christina something, right? She was one of the Game of Thrones actors. I've heard good things about her narration in the game so far, so it'll be nice to have something a little bit more serious than the Civ 6 was. Some of those quotes in Civ 6 were ridiculous. Alright, let's see what we get here. Yep, lead your people to greatness. I understand the general idea, history built in layers, creative path, etc. Okay. I don't need to know any of that information, really. So let's begin our journey. So we have the founder, which can found our first city. So I am familiar with the difference between cities and settlements. So cities are like the cities in any other Civ game, right? Like the actual productive enterprises. But apparently there are now settlements as well, which are connected to the cities, but don't really build things and grow in the same way. I don't really know the details of it very well. Okay. So looking at what we have around here, a lot of these tiles are pretty poor in terms of outputs, right? All these have is one production. So I'm kind of wondering if I should actually move with my founder here. It seems like there's a river over here, and I am playing as the... Let's see if I can pull up, like, my information on the... I can't pull up the information I selected on the culture, as far as I can tell. Okay. Regardless, the culture that I selected, I think, benefits from rivers a little bit. Maybe I, like, come over this way and see what's over there. Let's do it. This is, like, lower difficulty, so I'm not as worried about it. Let's turn those yields on. This seems potentially a little bit better. So we'll end my turn. And... actually, I don't know... Oh, that takes all my movement. Interesting. Okay. Well, this is probably not a great city settle. Let's move up here, and we're just going to do it anyway, I think. Let's just pop on the coast. Alright, so we can grow the city. However it is we do that. Select grow city. Oh, I see, it's talking about this button down here. Okay, so the growing city mechanic in this is somewhat similar to humankind in that you can grow to adjacent tiles, and you get like this rural structure. So you get like these improvements in rural structures, and they're you don't like exploit surrounding territory like you do in humankind. You only exploit the tile that you're working. So I'm just going to grab this one right here because frankly I don't really know what I'm doing yet. This was just like the highest yield kind of base tile. Okay. This is like, I wish they would move this in any way. It's really annoying that it's in the middle of the screen. So I also know that your first choice here, your first, what's it called, unit is only 1 production. So I'm just going to start with a scout. Okay, new resource, we have incense, can assign it to a city. Okay, so how do I do that? If anyone knows, feel free to let me know. So these are the legacy paths, which I'm sure will come up later. How do I get more information about the resources that are assigned to a city? The UI does not, like, feel intuitive to me. Hey, is it... I don't know. We'll see if it comes available on the next turn or something. Maybe I just need to wait a turn since I just founded my city. Okay, I know all about exploring. So let's take our scout, and I know there's this function down here which is search. So it increases sight range for 1 turn. So I'm going to move 1 first and try to get like maximum value out of this. So we'll do a little search. And there is a scout here as well. I don't see any goody huts. I don't know if we're still calling them that. Okay, new technologies emerge. Okay, let's choose a tech. And let's take a look at the tree here. So agriculture's done. And I know very little about how to prioritize anything here. Let's take a look at what I have. So obviously I am adjacent to the ocean, right? So I can get some use out of sailing. I have cotton and incense here. So I could potentially benefit from something that can exploit those if there's anything. Doesn't seem like it. Not in the first layer, at least. Let's see. So pottery would get me the brickyard. I can get food on plantations, production on clay pits. I do have 1 plantation here, right? Yep, so that's a plantation, so that would get me some pretty immediate benefits. Sailing or animal husbandry. I don't think I have anything that's going to benefit from animal husbandry right away. Pastures, camps, and woodcutters. And sailing, nothing really there. Let's start with pottery. That seems to make the most sense to me. Okay. And I'm thinking I'd go for another scout. I mean, I could build a granary. So this is a city or an urban district, right? So that takes up a slot, and I think you can have 2 urban districts on the tile. Hey, Lazuli, good to have you here. Thanks for joining. So I think you can have 2 urban districts on a single tile, and some of them can't be removed, and some of them like deteriorate over the course of the game. Yellow tiles contain rural population, buildings, start green, okay, etc. All right. Well, we'll come back to independent villages. So I don't think I want to build a granary yet, though. I'm going to start with a scout. Okay, there's a discovery down there. So we're not going to send this scout in that direction because a technology tree, I know how that works. We're going to send the scout up in this direction, and my other scout will come down here. Let's go to the next turn. So I'm assuming this kind of outline here means that guy is hostile. But I don't know where he came from. I think it's one of the independents, whatever it is that those guys are called. Okay, good to know there are still floods. Also, why did my yields turn back off? Okay, pretty slow start here, which is fine. Okay, there they are. Of the Manian people. I don't know anything about this, who these people are historically, actually. I don't have any information about them, like, diplomatically right now. Maybe I just need to wait a turn or research attack or something along those lines. Alright. Pull them back since there's nowhere really to go up there, which is kind of a bummer. Yeah, I guess I would need to save up some influence. So influence is this resource here in the upper left, and it's a new resource in Civ 7 that's used for, like, diplomatic actions. Apparently, it's supposed to be somewhat powerful. I don't know if that's true or not, but at the very least, it seems to have taken at least a little bit of influence from humankind. Influence taking influence. So there's my +1 food on plantations, some extra production on clay pits, and... okay, I don't know what this is all about. Okay, can I just get rid of this? I guess I'll go economic advisor. This is the tutorial, so it's like... I want it on because I don't know how everything works. But at the same time, it does feel like slightly intrusive. Let's actually take a look at the legacy paths here. So we have culture. Let's see what the next steps are. So, blah, blah, blah. Build a wonder. Okay, have 7 wonders in your empire is... I guess that gets you down the path all the way here. So you would need 3, 5, and 7 or something like that. And then military, have 12 towns or cities in your empire. Conquered settlements count as 2. Science displays 10 codices, which I don't really know how that works yet. And then Silk Roads, which is assign 20 resources to your settlements. Okay. Alright. Civilization Journal. Okay, great. That's nice. Okay. Let's see. The Manians were contemporaneous with the Akkadians. Okay, their name believes to be the source of Armenia. Interesting. Yeah, I never heard of them as a people before. Okay, so we can grow a city. And... to get a farm on some of these chickens. The thing you want to think about a little bit is where your urban districts are going and where your rural districts are going. So my culture in particular benefits a lot from the urban districts like being next to each other because they generate extra happiness. I could grab this one right here, I'm thinking, if I get the chicken, and that would let me get the cotton the next time that I grow. And I have some extra bonuses to the plantations already, so that seems beneficial to me. And 2 food and 1 happiness is pretty good as far as outputs go. So I feel okay with that decision. So let's choose a tech. Let's see. Could go straight into writing, which I assume is going to get us some science. And then animal husbandry. Don't think I need sailing. I imagine currency is really going to start you down the sort of merchant path, I guess you could call it. Yeah, it does seem like there's a little bit of overlap between militarist and econ. Obviously, there are some overlaps in terms of like resource access, but there's also, there are peaceful ways to get resource access, but conquest is definitely a pretty reliable way to get access to resources in these kind of games. Okay, so irrigation is locked. Adjacent coastal terrain, navigable river, adjacent wonders, get the hanging gardens. Yeah, it's a little overwhelming right now, honestly, deciding like what text to go for, because I feel like I have no idea where the game is going, I feel like maybe I should just go for writing. I'm not gonna, well, animal husbandry. Pastures, is this a pasture? It's a farm. I was thinking maybe chickens would benefit from animal husbandry in some way. You would get slingers, which I imagine will be important later. Irrigation, I don't think does too much for me. Masonry. You can do walls. The monument, so extra culture and influence. Might not be bad. I'd have to get animal husbandry first. Let's just go for writing, and that opens up some options to progress down the tech tree a little bit. Right, yeah, the mastery is very interesting, right? Like, +1 science on science buildings, you gain a codex, which is part of your legacy path, and you have this steel technological advancement, for instance. So you can gain a technology from a target that you have not researched. Yeah, so, like, there's just so many options to choose from that it, like, really expands the horizons of play. Now, I don't really know what to do with these. So, granaries, you get +1 food on farms, pastures, and plantations. Warehouse food building, ageless, buildable on all ages. And then the brickyard, +1 production on clay pits, mines, and quarries. I think I have 2 that'll benefit from the granary already. This one is ageless. I will probably put it right here and kind of grow the urban districts out in this direction, since it's not really being blocked off by these mountains. Because I want to get a lot of adjacency with the culture that I've chosen, which I still haven't figured out how to like open information about my culture. So I have, I can see I'm Ahsoka, leader of the Mauryan civilization. Oh, here we go. So I have these buildings here, right? So one that gives 3 happiness, +1 science adjacency, and +3 happiness, +1 culture adjacency for some other things. And then if you build both of these in the same quarter, then you get this unique quarter that gives +10% happiness in the settlement. So it should be pretty interesting. And then I get extra food for excess happiness, and buildings get a +1 happiness adjacency for all improvements. Okay, so actually that I misread that a little bit. I'm actually encouraged to have multiple of the rural improvements and like intersperse them with the urban districts. So this one is actually getting +2 happiness right now, presumably for being adjacent to this farm and to this plantation. All right, go to the next turn. Excuse me. So I would like to befriend people, but I know that influence is a pretty valuable resource this game. There's some iron right here. Let's do the search again and see if I can find anything. Okay, we got a little curiosity down here. I don't really know the terms for these anymore. Got some dates there. Okay. Kind of funny, I don't really know like what's good, right? So I'm just kind of picking shit at random, really. All right, so we finally have access to the civics tree, and you have the kind of generic civics, and you also have the Mauryan civics. So this one would unlock access to our buildings, as well as like unique things that stay with you throughout the game. And this kind of mimics the legacy traits in humankind, so I'm really excited about having these separate trees. For now, though, I'm going to go straight into mysticism, I think, because the Mauryan traits here... Oh, no. Oh, yeah, here we go. You can choose an additional pantheon after unlocking mysticism. So I don't know how good the pantheons are, but we're going to find out. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly right. The, like, first, it's kind of like the coming out into the world of, like, Fallout or Elder Scrolls kind of game moment, right? Where you're, like, so overwhelmed with the options that you have available, and, like, that is where the game is kind of at its most fun before you've, like, optimized all the fun out of the game, and just, like, learning to take, like, your first steps and eventually become a competent player is, like, really enjoyable. Okay, so we can choose our government types. So 3 options, and so each government is a set of choices during a celebration. So you have classical republic, so culture or production towards constructing wonders for 10 turns. Despotism, which is the science or production towards training infantry. Or oligarchy, which is plus 20% food and plus 30% production towards constructing buildings. I'm going to go with oligarchy just because that plays well into my leader's traits. So my leader here has this plus 1 food in cities for every 5 happiness and plus 10% food in all settlements during a celebration. So it kind of stacks on top of each other. So I'm really going to lean into a heavy kind of growth strategy. So you have social policies available. Plus 2 culture on palace or plus 1 production and science on palace. I don't know how to make this evaluation. I am biased towards production in general in 4X games, as I think all good 4X players are, production and growth. So I'm going to go with tool making, and we can reevaluate that later. You can swap a policy when you research a civic. Okay, so just like in previous games, basically. Let's see what we get. So we can reclaim stolen tribute, which gives us some gold, or we can get some free culture. So I don't know. If I view the tree, does it tell me like how much culture I need to research this? It doesn't seem to. This would be like good information to have in the UI, right? Is if I were to hover over this, it says it takes 12 turns. So that's, somewhere in the neighborhood of 111 to 120 culture to get the rest of mysticism. So this would get me like a third of the way towards unlocking that, or I could go for the 75 gold. And I don't know how valuable the gold is. Let's take a look at purchasing things. So the brickyard I could purchase for 220. Okay, so I think I'm going to go for the 45 culture. Hey friends, I don't know how to pronounce your name, but thanks for joining us. Yeah, I feel like this is something that happens a lot in newer 4X games, is it misses a lot of the like quality of life kind of features. They could get extra production, extra happiness towards the next celebration. Can I see how much happiness I need for the next celebration? I wouldn't know where to find it, is the main problem. Maybe in here. Get happiness per turn. I'm currently happy. I don't feel like 15 production is like tremendously valuable here. So I'm just going to take the extra happiness towards the next celebration since I get some extra celebratory benefits. Alright. Still not a lot to report on. I still have that independence up here, and I know they'll become dangerous eventually, and I'm going to need at least a small military. I completed some kind of challenge, apparently. Some gold. Oh, interesting. Plus 20% gold towards purchasing buildings. Actually, I'd really like to figure out how to view the resources that are in the city. Because I know I have one resource. I don't know if anyone has like been watching streams or anything to figure that out. Where? Resource allocation. Here we go. Okay, I found it. Alright, so you can assign resources to your city. So it reminds me a little bit of like Millennia or something, this system, where you're assigning these kind of resources. It's been a long time since I played Millennia. I fell off that one pretty fast, unfortunately. Is there a viewer overlay to quickly tell what the districts are? Not that I know of. And, like, I haven't been... So, like, I can see what improvements are here if I go into this, like, breakdown. This doesn't include... I guess that one isn't built yet, so it'll pop up in here, but it, like, doesn't highlight them unless you're hovering over them, but there's no, like, labeling, right? So it's... You kind of have to hover over each one individually or get an idea from your list of what you have in the city. So I can grow another one, so I'm thinking I'm going to grab this right here, this cotton, because I have some extra benefits towards plantations already. So I'm going to go ahead and take that. It'll get me a little bit more food and some gold. And then probably next I'm going to need some industry so that I can actually build things in, you know, a reasonably efficient manner. Shocked I haven't found any more discoveries or whatever it is that they're called. Let's do another scout here. This looks like a pretty good spot down here for a potential city. Like, there's some decent yield tiles, a few useful resources. Like, if I could get... I guess they start as, like, settlements or whatever. Is there a way to search in here? It doesn't seem like it. I don't know where you unlock the ability to get a settler unit. I do have a unique settler unit here, which gives some extra happiness on city halls. Is it in the civics tree, maybe, that you get that? Doesn't seem like it. Unclear to me. If someone knows the answer, let me know. Alright. On to the next turn. Pretty biased, kind of exploring southwards right now. I should maybe start exploring this way, see if I have any relatively close neighbors. Okay, so 2 more turns on the granary. Curious, so 12.7 food, and that is the growth right here, right? So I need 5 more turns to grow. I don't really know what the calculation is. Food need to... Okay, so there's a food need to grow. Yeah, so I went with the Ahsoka World Renouncer. So he gets the +1 food in cities for 5 excess happiness, plus 10% food in all settlements during celebration, and buildings get additional happiness adjacency for improvements. And I'm playing as the Morians. So the Morians get an additional pantheon after getting to mysticism, which I'm researching now, and the 30% production towards, you know, the cultures related to wonder. They get a unique cavalry unit that has combat strength against fortified districts, a unique settler unit. They get a unique quarter as well. So the quarters are interesting because the quarters come from combining 2 different urban buildings. And in this case, the Morians have the Dharamshala. I'm not sure how to pronounce these. So this one gives some happiness and some science adjacency, and the Vihara, which gives 3 happiness and culture adjacency. So if you build both of those on the same tile, then you get the Matha, which is an extra plus 10% happiness. So pretty good combination of, like, happiness things here. And, you know, part of the reason for choosing this is that I don't really know yet how to evaluate what is good or what is bad or what is average in Civ 7. So I just kind of took something that seems like a generically good combination and gonna figure it out from there, you know? Okay, zona controlled there, so might as well hit that button. Yeah, there's been a... Oh, here's a thing right there that I can grab. I almost feel like 3 scouts would make sense in some cases. Alright, so I have a granary now, special type of building called a warehouse, which grows more efficient when it's correlating improvements, such as farms or mines are present in the settlement. So in this case, the granary improves... let's see if I can... Oh, I now have the opportunity to train a settler. Great. So if I look at the granary here, does it actually tell me more information about it? Yeah, it's interesting. I feel like you get information about it before you build it, but I'm not sure how to see information about the granary after I've built it. Is there... Granary... Okay, so +1 food base, +1 food on farms, pastures, and plantations. Right. So pretty good for me, right? You can see actually my yields have increased a decent bit on these tiles here where I have some of the rural improvements. And I can choose some production. I am going to actually grab a warrior first because I'm a little bit worried about like having a hostile people up here. I don't really know their capabilities in this game, so I'm going to try to play pretty conservatively while I'm getting started. Okay. 30 science and 50 happiness towards the next celebration, or 45 culture. This is a tough decision for me, actually. So I could do the 30 science and 50 happiness. So the happiness towards the celebration, I get some benefits, added benefits from that as my current leader, as Ahsoka. However, I also get additional benefits to unlocking a pantheon, right? I get an extra choice once I research mysticism. I'm going to go for mysticism,
There is another world,
and that will let me change policies
but it is in this one.
if I want. I think I'm good with +1 production and science on the palace still. I'm going to keep that as is. I'm going to take a look at what else is available. Could go for mastery, +2 food on all settlements, +1 happiness and science and tropical terrain. Not that useful for me. Probably discipline might be one of the next ones. Just to get the army commander, which I know is going to be very important, and you want to start leveling those up quite quickly. So we'll just grab discipline next. We have a narrative choice available. Okay. So this will give me a quest. Train 3 warriors, and I get +1 happiness in all settlements. Or +1 culture on altar in the settlements. In all settlements. So I can get +1 happiness on all settlements, or I can get +1 culture in one settlement. Presumably, this top one is going to be better for me, right? Because I have other bonuses to happiness, and I get benefits from having high happiness. Also, y'all, I'm noticing my microphone's peaking a little bit, so if I feel like it's a little too loud, if you feel it's a little too loud, let me know. Yeah, so I did not mean to do that. I am going to load this autosave here. Sorry about that. I was like looking at chat and accidentally like pressed on the wrong quest.
The path to glory requires the guidance of a steady hand.
Thankfully, I'm not like playing Paradox Iron Man kind of game at the moment, you know?
Become the stewards of the world.
So I am going to like shamelessly reload if I make those clicks on accident. So this was all prompted by going down here. I did consult the stars for wisdom. I did not change policies. I have this narrative choice. So I'm going to go for the train 3 warriors for the +1 settlements, or +1 happiness in all settlements, because that will combine nicely with this +1 food and cities for 5 excess happiness, and that'll help me grow a little bit more. So I'll need to train some more warriors. So I don't have any at the moment, and I was going to start one anyway, so it's not a bad start. And then we're going to go into discipline so we get access to that army commander. All right, so let's choose a pantheon. Let's see. Altar receives +1 happiness adjacency for mountains and natural wonders. That would be pretty decent right there. +1 culture on quarters and settlements with an altar. Oh, interesting. So on quarters, I guess quarters are actually kind of limited, right? Because you need 2 of the urban districts on quarters, but still potentially good. I know influence is supposed to be quite good in Civ 7. +1 food on farms, pastures, and plantations in settlements with an altar. Warehouse bonus. Oh man, how could I not want that one right now? That seems really good for me. Actually, let me close that quick because I don't have yields on since I reloaded. +1 gold on camps and woodcutters. Not great. Plus 10% production towards constructing buildings in cities with an altar. I could see a use case for that. Not going to be good for me at the moment. +1 of everything on the altar. Plus 15% production towards training military units. +1 science on quarters. 10% production towards wonders. 10% production towards training settlers. Altar receives +1 happiness adjacency for coast, lakes, and navigable rivers. Actually, this would be a decent altar right here as well if I were to take that, right? I am coastal at the moment. So if I stayed coastal, I could get some decent happiness benefits from that. +1 production in clay pits, mines, quarries, and settlements with an altar and warehouse bonus. So I'm definitely going to take Goddess of the Harvest. And because of my leader / culture here, really the culture, I think. Where is that effect? Yeah, this one right here. You can choose an additional pantheon after unlocking mysticism. So I get to choose 2 of these. So I have the option of taking Goddess of the Harvest here, which is going to really increase my growth. And then I'm not sure what I'm leaning towards on the last one. I am thinking about like really trying to stack happiness, but also like Michael White just said in chat here, this +3 influence on the altar could also be really good, just because influence is really valuable in Civ 7 from what I've seen. And I'm almost feeling like I'm going to have enough sources of happiness already. So I think I'm going to take the +3 influence on the altar, just so I have the opportunity to play around with that system a little bit more, because it's pretty limited, right, the ways that you can actually generate it. Keep going down that way. Oh, is that something I could have grabbed? It looks like it is. We'll go there next turn. That's fine. Okay, we have friendly here. Okay. Doesn't seem like I can actually do anything with them yet. That's some money. This one's a cultural. This one's interesting because it's like pretty protected from other players, so I wouldn't like have to fight with people over it based on its relative location, because they're unlikely to discover it. All right.
The written word commands it.
So we got writing, so we can get the library. We have a narrative choice. Get some extra science or culture. I think I'm leaning towards culture, really, just because I would also like to make sure I get all the Morian civics, and I would like to get this one kind of early so I can start benefiting from the Morian's unique districts. Okay, so let's grow our city. I do need some production. That would give me a woodcutter there, which is not great. Okay. My question here is, say I put a woodcutter here, does this show the final yields of that tile when I select it? Or does that show like the yields like before putting the district there? I guess I don't know the answer. I think it shows you like the final yields with the district, right? So I think it might make more sense to actually grab the chickens down here, the farms, just because that will give me a little bit of production, which I'm kind of low on in the city, while still adding to my happiness and my food output. It is the final yield? Okay. The other option as well is to try to like reach down towards this river here, which also has some production, but I think I'm good kind of going in this direction. It's a little bit more open. So let's grab maybe that one right here, because I get some adjacency, right, for like happiness adjacency with the districts, with rural districts, whatever improvements. And it opens up some more options to expand into once I place that one, compared to taking that tile. Great, so a little bit more industry. And we can choose a tech. So writing's done. Not sure how. I guess you need sailing to unlock currency. We'll probably need animal husbandry at some point. Not sure what to go for here. What is the wonder that I get the extra production towards? Sanchi Stupa. Let's see what that actually does and where it would be in the tech tree. It's a civic that you unlock it. Okay, +2 happiness, +1 culture. For every 5 excess happiness in the settlement, ageless must be placed on plains. Okay. Let's see. I think... I'm not sure what to go with tech. Also, if you know where you're planning on settling, take the tiles in that direction early. Even when you build something like Granary, it will update to show your actual yields when you grow to a tile. Interesting, okay. Why is it that you'd want to take the tiles in the direction that you are settling early? I assume that has something to do with the new settlement system in Civ 7. Let's just go for animal husbandry, maybe. I guess the bath might also be worth having. Okay, I'm just going to start with some of the basic tech since I don't really know my way around the tech tree quite yet. Alright. I also do have enough influence. Let's see if I can befriend these ones up here. And that way they also won't be a direct threat to me once I get to the point that they're friendly. They shouldn't be hostile anymore. Okay. Can get some extra production or food. I'm going to go with the production just because I'm a little bit low on production in the city at the moment. Okay, I could build the Great Stella Steel. I'm not sure what it is. Is the game really worth it? Can you suggest whether I play it or not? This is actually my first time playing. You know, I didn't have like early access to this or anything, so I don't know yet. If you want the honest answer, I know it's been a little bit divisive, but I think all Civ releases are. I wouldn't be able to tell you whether I think it's worth it or not for a little while. So I could go for a settler unit. That would take 7 turns. I could go for a brickyard. I could go for an altar, which is definitely really good. Oh man, I'm like, my choices have ballooned already. I am thinking about an altar. I could like put it on... Is there any reason I shouldn't put it with the granary? Because that would make it a quarter, right? It would increase my happiness. I don't think +1 happiness for each adjacent wonder. So I guess if I were like building a wonder in a specific location, I would want to do that. I guess as settler first. I am thinking about it. I was just kind of exploring my options for where I place the altar. I guess I couldn't put the altar up here because it needs to be connected to the other urban districts. Go for another warrior if I wanted. But yeah, I am leaning towards settler, because I don't think I have enough with the brickyard yet to really be worth it. I may not ever, right? Like, I don't have clay pits, mines, or quarries in this city, so that is not worthwhile. I will need to build the library eventually, too. Alright, yeah, let's just grab the settler. That's kind of the baseline sort of path, right? The default path that you take in a 4X game is to expand quickly. Let's use this scout and see if we can find anything. Discovered a new continent, okay. And up here, it's kind of funny going back to moving individual units. For Humankind. If you're referring to Humankind, which is a different game than what I'm streaming today, I do recommend it. Especially, yeah, I did see that it's free on Epic Games Store. You will definitely be able to see some of the influences in Civ 7 that come from Humankind. I do think, though, you have to go into Humankind with the expectation that it is... in a lot of ways more similar to like a war game. Just there are some mechanics that really lend itself to what's the word called? Like very rapid, aggressive growth. especially the way the battle system works, tends to favor people that play really militaristically. You don't have to, and it is a good game, and you would not be wasting your time playing Humankind if you can, especially if you can get it for free. I wouldn't say it's like a critical entry in the 4X genre, but I do think it's going to have some pretty long-reaching tendrils and effects on the sort of 4X genre. Okay, no damage there. Just kind of want to, like, defend this guy, or this area up here. I don't really know how, like, pillaging and things work yet, so let's scout a little bit. Another independent here. Are there, like, even other players in this game? Where are they? I guess everyone has a slow start, and I am on, like, a lower difficulty. Okay, so they did attack me. I'm just going to fortify. No real reason to play aggressively there, and eventually they'll come around to not wanting to kill me anymore. Also, another change. There we go. Confucius. Oh, a mountain slash volcano. Let's see. Could do a friendly greeting, which gives extra relationship. I don't really care about that, I don't think. I'm just going to do a neutral greeting. Okay, so you have diplomacy. Alright. I know a little bit about this already, so I'm just going to skip through the tutorial here. So we have these endeavors, and you can basically get mutually beneficial things by proposing these endeavors. We don't have the influence for it right now, but we'll come back to that in a little bit. I can try placing Ultra on a rural tile. That will allow you to distribute that population on another tile, so you can grab tiles you really want more quickly, resources, for example. Yeah, that will negate all yields the tile has. Right. So the way I'm kind of seeing the game right now is like urban districts are going to be best placed on tiles that are low yield. So for instance, this forest right here, right? And then the rural tiles are going to be best placed on like high base yield tiles, like this area up here where it has 4 kind of base yields. So it actually makes it interesting in a way that you kind of want like a balance of highly productive and dead tiles in a city, because you need places for your urban districts to grow. Confucius is a leader I'll want to befriend. Okay, is he like particularly aggressive or something? Do I want to keep on the extra production in science? I'm thinking about changing out to +2 culture. Because I would like to go down that tree a little bit more quickly, so I think I'm going to do that. Just continue to fortify there. As far as tech, so I just got animal husbandry. Is irrigation of interest? +1 food on farms? I mean, I am playing on a lower difficulty, so like it is possible to build wonders here as I learn the game. The other thing I'm curious about, though, is the monument, right? Because the extra influence from the monument, I think, will be quite valuable. On the other hand, though, right, I still need to build the altar after I get the settler out. So that'll take some time. I think like 10 turns. I suppose that would tee me up to build the monument right after I finish that, but I don't know if I need to go that hard on like culture and influence compared to other options. Do I need sailing before currency? I kind of wish it were a little bit more clear, like why certain things are locked. I'm assuming it's because I need to get sailing first, but sailing is pretty much useless to me right now. What else would be helpful? Let's just look at like the next tier. I don't need to go up to the highest tier and figure out my path. Barracks, land units trained to settlement will spawn at this building's location, etc. Okay, the wheel. Okay, so wheel gives happiness and influence, which I do like, and it unlocks some units. This one gives settlement limits. Hanging gardens could be interesting. Masonry. Let's just go for masonry and unlock the stuff there. So I now have my army commander. So I think I can, like, bring him up here, and he helps do stuff, increase combat strength and all that. Choose Civic. Okay, let's take a look at Civics. Confucius is super friendly and gives you a bunch of benefits, I see. I actually think, do I have enough for an Endeavor? So I think I'm interested in maybe local festival. I see, so there's some constraints on starting these things. But I get extra happiness per turn, and they receive some extra influence per turn. Let's see if he'll accept. Okay, so he supports it, so I actually get a little bit of extra happiness from that. So I'm at a total of plus 11 now. So I should be getting an additional like plus 2 food right now in this city. Someone's suggesting sailing, then masonry. Yeah, I don't... Does sailing, like, actually give me any base yields, though, that I can make use of? Like, right now, I don't see any need for it. I don't plan to build any fishing keys or galleys. I guess I could embark, but I don't get any immediate benefits out of it other than allowing it to unlock currency. So I'm thinking masonry makes sense. Okay, let's take a look at the civics. Public life. Code of laws. Oratory, plus 2 influence per turn. Gain a free merchant. So this looks like it unlocks trade. Let's go for that. I think citizenship is interesting as well. Yeah, so this one unlocks some stuff for towns. Embark to avoid dead scouts. Yeah, I suppose that's true, though I'm also, like, not really coastal at the moment. So I think that's, like, a lower priority for me for the time being. Oh, I can promote this guy. Maybe. Oh, no, I don't have enough. So I don't really know what the trees here are, generally speaking. My inclination is maneuver. Like, I really like having a lot of mobility. But I'll explore that when I actually have an upgrade for things. Yeah, I agree. When you, like, just kind of learning as you go and unlocking new things is kind of how I tend to play as well. I try to not, like, watch a bunch of stuff before I play, just because I find that takes a little bit of the fun out of the game. Okay, so I have this unit now, which is a settler. So I'm guessing, yeah, so this is like freshwater or whatever, which gives some bonuses to happiness. So I'm thinking we want to eat up like some of the resources that are here. So maybe, like, I don't know whether I should be somewhat aggressive with my settling or more defensive, like back here, for instance, but I'm going to play it a little bit aggressively. Okay, let's expand. Oh. I could go here now, which would give me some options in this direction, but I think I want to, like, maybe consolidate over here. This one is the best yields-wise. I think I'm just gonna go for the best yields, I think. There is gypsum there. That's good to know. Okay, and Hampson woodcutters. This would probably be what I'll need in this city if I want to get its production up. I also have the quest for multiple warriors. Definitely don't want to go for any wonders yet. And I still need the altar at some point. Tough choice. Assault 1 is great. Maneuver if you're going to war. There's a second one in the assault tree that allows your troops to have movement after deploying. That could be really strong when fighting. Yeah, that's an interesting one, actually. I'll take a look at that when I can actually promote, because I don't really know much about those. Let's see. I do have this quest here. Where do I see, like, the... I think it gives me some extra happiness in, like, all settlements or something. I'm not going to worry about it. Okay, so maybe library, just for some science. I guess altar, like, gives me a better variety of yields. I could build out this way as well. Let's just go for altar, now that I have a settler out. Just going to, like, clear up some of the fog here. Hey, Bruno, good to see you, man. Okay, so... Did I actually get a promotion here? No, I need more experience. So this might be, like... Maybe because I'm making friends with these guys here. So once they're friendly with me, maybe I, like, march a small army down that way just to farm some experience on my commander. Can I... Oh, you can't, like, put them to sleep. You just have to... Oh, maybe this button here? There we go. Let's rest until healed. I've met a new civilization. Friedrich? I'm just going to do a neutral greeting again, because I only have 20 influence at the moment. Leader of the Romans. Okay, so I have a celebration. And I'm going to do the plus 20% food. So you'll recall here that I get this plus 10% food in all settlements during a celebration. And this plus 20% food just makes it a bunch of sense. And I also have an extra social policy now. Majapit? Or Majapit? Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what the pronunciation is. I think it's an option for me because of my selection, but we're gonna see what makes sense. I actually know very little about the cultures. I haven't, like, kept on top of Civilization 7 because I think it's more fun to kind of explore it as you actually play the game, you know? So, +1 production and science in the palace still feels the best to me at these options. I'm going to take that one. There we go. So, some people there. Let's keep this settler moving. Let's get the scout moving. A lot of resources on the map, which I like. I felt like Civ 6 could feel a little dead sometimes on the map. I'm glad that is not the case here. Let's just move one and use this search option. It looked like I had explored something there, but it doesn't seem like that. Okay. My tech pace is quite slow, which is unfortunate. Let's see if... How do they feel about me? Neutral? It would be nice to, like, have at least one friend. And these guys, they're neutral. Okay. Yeah, Indonesia is actually really interesting, like, historically, and, like, it's been through so many, like, pretty seismic changes in terms of its history, and it is very underrepresented, despite being an incredibly populated region of the world. Isn't Indonesia something like the 5th most populated country, or 6th most populated, something like that? So, like, the underrepresentation of that area is pretty criminal, in my opinion. I guess I just have to sit here and eat shots. I could, like, train a slinger, maybe? And just put that altar on the back burner so I can take care of them. I'm gonna need that slinger later anyway. So here's a Luru.
Wouldn't see Big Rock then. He would see that.
The art on this game is really nice. I'm really appreciating the art style. Some people have kind of criticized it for being dull, but it does feel like a nice blend of Civ 5 and the Civ 6 to me. Eat shots for experience. Ooh, they're attacking my city. Oh, funny. The they haven't moved at all. So can I just like? Hopefully they can't destroy my city. I don't know. It's the 4th most populated now. Yeah. Okay. So I've made a first town, so like a city. Food from the settlement allows you to expand in nearby tiles. However, buildings, units, and towns can only be purchased with gold. I can expand it into a full-fledged city, though the gold cost is greater the more cities you have. Okay. So I think it just like sends stuff to your city, basically. And I could purchase stuff here if I wanted to, but there's no reason to at the moment. So it'll just kind of passively grow over time, I guess. So the question is, what do I want here? And I think I'm going to... Ideally, you would probably start with more food, but that's not really an option for this town. So let's just grab the iron. And then if I go... Is it this one? Okay, iron isn't something here. That's an empire resource. I get +1 combat strength on my units, which will hopefully help me defend there. 25 science or 50 gold. Maybe I grab the gold, and then I can actually just purchase a slinger. And then I can move that back up in the queue. So let's move the commander down there, maybe. I guess they'll need a turn. I guess they can't take it, right? They're just depleting defenses. So, all right. They're a little messed up in where they actually are. The galleys are right here, but their art is showing them up here. Okay, I've met another civilization.
So here we
Harriet Tubman.
And I gotta ask myself.
We'll just do another neutral for now. And I think I have... Let me check my progress here. They're pretty close. Weird that escape doesn't bring you out of that menu. I could do another thing. Okay, so that changes relationship. Interesting. Don't know if that's worth it at the moment. Because I would like to maybe try to befriend these guys as well. How's the game so far? It's good. This is my first time actually playing Civ 7, right? I didn't have access to the game before this, right? I'm a pretty small time person on YouTube, right? So I'm not like Potato McWhiskey or Sarayan or whatever of the world. So I'm enjoying it so far, right? But like the time that this stream has been going has literally been all of the time I've spent playing Civ 7. So TBD on how much I end up liking it by the end of this. Okay, so they're just going to sit there and fortify. And hopefully this one slinger here is enough to deal with it. Or maybe I'll become friendly with them before they actually do anything. Yeah, I suppose I only need one more turn there. Okay, so good to know, right? Because this is like the standard difficulty. And already this independent feels like it's pretty aggressive right now. So on higher difficulties, you're going to need to maintain like a decent standing army, is the sense that I get. Okay, got a promotion. So let's take a look at my options. Okay, so assault. Units can move after unpacking from this commander. Yeah, interesting. Bastion, +2 combat strength for land units when the command radius when defending. Logistics, +1 gold for each unit in the commander. Doesn't seem worth it. Extra production towards training land units when stationed on a district. This one's interesting, actually. This, like, path seems kind of adjacent to what I would usually be using the commander for. Mobility. +1 movement when on land and ignores terrain. Okay. So if you're like packed up in the commander, probably useful. +2 flanking bonus. Okay. -2 flanking bonus to enemies. Ignore terrain movement restrictions. That path seems pretty good to me. Leadership. Okay, healed since can be upgraded as if in friendly territory and heal 10 when upgraded. Not amazing. How could logistics not be appealing? Yeah, exactly. I mean, what's the saying, right? Is that amateurs study tactics and professionals study logistics. Like, that holds true. This, though, units can move after unpacking from the commander, does sound like a pretty good option. I think I'm just going to start with that one, and then maybe work my way down the logistics tree. We'll see how it goes. I can use the commander attack for more damage. Yeah, I didn't see like a button for that. Is that the focus fire? Yeah, I guess I'll need to pay a little bit more attention to some of the commander abilities. And this guy is just going to heal up. Alright, and you can just fortify for now. And this guy is going to continue to explore. Yeah, the unit promotions in Civ 6 felt a little dull. I am not like a huge Civ 6 fan to begin with. I did not like the way the district system worked. It felt like you need to have your entire city planned out from the very beginning of the game. And that was like just not an approach that I enjoyed. So, okay, I'm of a couple minds here. I would like to get extra production in this city, and a woodcutter, or whatever it's called. Let me see. The saw pit is my best option to increase production on camps and woodcutters. Now, like, the initial growth here, or initial outputs that I'm going to get, though, aren't amazing. But I am thinking, like, I should maybe try to get some woodcutters. I could also get out to the horses that way. And this will give me extra happiness from adjacency to this district here. So let's grab the woodcutter, and we'll eventually get the saw pit as well, and try to scale up a little bit that way. Have I tried the scout search ability? Yes, I have. Yep. It's just we're like a little bit farther into the game, so I'm not expecting to find as much that way. But yeah, I've been using it intermittently, as you can see. Okay, so there's masonry. That gives me the option to build a monument, and gives me extra production on mines and quarries. Okay, I feel like I know a bit about happiness already. Towns, growth and economy. Okay, towns are critical for your economy as their production is converted to gold. Okay. Oh, I didn't realize that town production is converted to gold. That's interesting. So if you get a lot of production in these towns, that can stack up pretty nicely. Ooh. So, plus 50 happiness towards next celebration. I could get plus 10% production towards training all units, or I could get a free warrior. I think I'm going to go for the free warrior. I'm hoping that gets me through this like quest I have over here to train 3 warriors. I'm hoping it counts to that. It does. Great. So, I am going to... How do I load these guys? Is it just this button? Okay, yeah, and they all just pack in. Hilarious. So now that I'm friendly up here, I'm going to travel down this way. I guess this guy didn't make it into the army for some reason. I'll figure that out next turn, I guess. I would like to continue to grow here. Alright, access to the gypsum would also be good. But I will need more food if I want this town to continue to expand. So I think I'm going to actually grab a farm here, just so I get a little bit more food. And then tech tree. Locked research. I guess it's all I suppose I need irrigation probably for these two, and I still need sailing for currency. Let's see. Wheel does give me access to some nice stuff. Is it worth, like, doing one of the masteries? I could get a codex here. Combat strength, +1 production on production buildings. Okay. Unit needs at least 1 movement point to settle up. Got it. Got it. So I had probably exhausted its movement. This +1 specialist limit. I don't really know how specialists work. I do wish this were like Civ 6, where I could click this, and it would just queue up all the text that I need in order to get there. You know, Humankind kind of does the same thing. So I'm guessing at sailing that I need in order to get to currency. Irrigation. Does give me settlement limit. Gives me the garden. I don't know if I need the garden, though. I mean, garden's not bad, though. +1 food for each adjacent coastal train, navigable river tile. +1 food for each... I guess it's a wonder... Or not a wonder, a building. So it's much more limited in placement. So, okay, let's grab sailing into currency, just so I can start playing with some more options. We'll find out what the specialists are. No tech queuing. It doesn't... I mean, I suspect if, like... If this tech were available or unlocked, right, I could queue it, most likely, but for some reason it's locked, probably because there are requirements before it, right? But it's not always clear, like, to me, what you need in order to unlock the next one. Presumably, you know, you should be able to track it with these lines, is what it looks like. But I wish I could just hit currency and it would queue it up. Hanging Garden does look good, I agree. Yeah, I was, like, thinking about trying to grab that. In my capital. Let's see the effect again. No, I haven't unlocked it yet, right? Is it here? Yeah. +1 food on farms, +10% growth rate, +1 expansionist... Oh, the expansionist attribute point, actually. I didn't realize that. Yeah, I mean, I could maybe reorient to that. I am worried about, like, the number of turns I would need to spend on those things. I'm also thinking about, you know, a saw pit. I'm thinking about a monument. Do you think I need more industry in this city, generally speaking? I think maybe I grab that spot there. It's a lot of food there, but I have a lot of spots with a lot of food, so I'm not concerned about that. So I'm going to grab a saw pit there, because that'll... I'm struggling a little bit with production in this city. Okay. So can I can't order individual units to pack up, it looks like. Or, oh, yeah, so just everyone in the command radius. Alright. Move those guys around. Okay. Yeah, other games do tend to queue up all the tech requirements, you're right, so it's a little unusual. No tech queuing, yeah, it is a shame. So specialists allow you to grow tall, you can put them in town districts for extra yields with a little penalty to happiness and food. Okay, good to know. Gold is a very powerful resource. Yeah, I know how gold works. Same as it has in every other Civ, basically. Command units, okay, so extra slinger here. And I don't think I have enough influence yet to befriend these ones. I do not. Can you stack the 2 production building? Stack individual units. Okay. Yeah, I didn't see the option for the individual units. Is it add to army? Yeah, okay. Got it, got it. A lot of different buttons to keep track of. What do you mean by stack the 2 production building? Like stack it with another building that I have? I actually don't like... The benefits to me of the quarters are not entirely obvious. me see if I can... Quarters formed when two non-wall buildings with the same age, too. So, okay. Oh, specialists can enhance both buildings. Interesting. Okay. So if you want specialists, you really want to stack a couple of those buildings on top of each other. Okay, and I've completed local festival with my friend here. I don't know if we need another one. I would like to save some influence to befriend these people here. Let me check on my progress up here. I could add support as well, but I don't think anyone else has discovered them yet, so I'm not going to do that. Okay, let's deploy. This guy needs to heal still. It's nice that you can like have units on top of the commander as well. That is my preference. I'm assuming that if I attack these guys, that they will become like a town, basically, if I manage to seize their territory. Let's see. Go there. I think that'll put them out of movement, though. Yeah, I probably could have moved one forward before I unpacked them, but that's okay. Don't know if quarters have inherent bonuses, but you get special quarters if you stack your unique buildings. Yep. I still need to do the unique policies here for the Morian civics, right? So they get these two here, and the special quarter that I get gives like plus 10% happiness in the settlement, which seems pretty good to me. I also didn't realize like that your settlement distance seems to be limited. So I thought I would grab the horses here when I got this sawmill, but that doesn't seem to be the case. So I'm not actually sure what constrains that, or if there's a way to increase that limit later. Friedrich doesn't like me. That's fine. I can put sanctions on them. A little too close. Leader agenda. That's fine. Don't want to denounce anyone. Let us befriend these guys here. Gonna move some units. Fortify. Kind of a awkward angle of attack here. Guys will get the chance to heal. Yeah, it's like, it's very different managing units in civilization in general compared to humankind, so it's like hard to kind of adjust back to it. You can attack their units except for one in the city center for experience, as I know. It won't affect your friendship, but I'm not sure. Okay. Can you keep an independent village? Yeah, I think Jeeb has the answer to that one there. Alright, let's maybe get the gypsum, and that will get me a resource that I can put in my capital, and that gets me +2 production to capital, +4 production to any other city. So a little extra production there, which is nice. So on to diplomatic action. I can't support, I don't have enough influence, so I'll just accept. Okay. Got a relationship change. They are unfriendly. Okay. Yeah, Friedrich doesn't seem very happy with me at the moment. It's the nature of civilization with fickle AI.
An eye for
Okay.
an eye, a tooth for a
We unlocked Code of Laws, which gives me a whole bunch of different things.
fair breeze.
Okay. I get +2 influence per turn. I also learned a leader attribute point. I don't really know what that is. I am going to remove the production in science in favor of the extra influence per turn. Let's see what this is. Legacy path. Ah, yeah. Okay, I remember seeing this. I don't know what's good. I have, I guess I have a science option. So, this is my only one, but +1 science per age on palace and city halls. Sounds great. So, they'll apply for the remainder of the current age, as well as any future ages that the leader participates in. Some points are for specific attributes, but wildcard points can be spent anywhere. Okay. I actually don't know how I unlocked that. I assume I... Oh, maybe from getting Code of Laws is where I got that. Okay. So, narrative choice. Ah, I see. It's from a narrative. Got it. Yeah, I haven't really made any progress towards any real conditions yet. I could try to go for Hanging Gardens, but I think... Well, oh, currency is 17 turns. Yeah, see, I wish I could see that information, right? Like, this is something that I would like to know right before I had picked sailing, is how many turns would it take to research currency? Because otherwise I would just have gone for irrigation first, because 17 turns feels like too many turns to commit to that tech right now. And then I'm thinking I actually might start on my unique civic, unless there's something I really, really need here. I guess the extra, the citizenship effects are pretty good, but that's 38 turns to research that. I get extra combat strength against independent powers. +2 food in all settlements, +1 happiness and science and tropical terrain. Tactics. Public life. Yeah, I think I'm going to go for my unique here. The leveling up skill tree, so I guess Civ 7 is an RPG. Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, you can cycle units when damaged. Yep, so I'm thinking, right, so if I add them there, right, and then I can move these guys up. And then I can shoot that warrior. And then can I stack... No, I can't do focus fire to shoot again. Okay, I wasn't sure if that was the case or not. And then I can... there we go. Okay, and then have them come out on the other side there, and they can just heal. Got it, got it, got it. Okay, slowly learning how to, like, manage the army here. Okay. So, I'm thinking library might be next. So I could put it anywhere here, really. I guess that one gives me a little bit more in terms of yields. But I think I want that library just to speed up my science a little bit. I have a trade opportunity. Don't know what that means. Like, I think you need to, like, build a trader, right? You don't just do bargaining table agreements like you did in previous iterations of Civ. Okay. Is there, like, an auto-explore? Doesn't seem like there is. Unless I just completely missed it. Alright. Warrior, you're safe. Let's just fortify you. And, I see. Okay. Possible trade routes. I'm not sure how I got a merchant. Maybe from one of the texts that I finished? Does anyone know the answer to this? Was it at, like, sailing or something? Or, Code of Laws? Yes, gain a free merchants. Okay. So I could send a trader to Friedrich, but he doesn't like me, which is fine. I wish I could see what these things actually do. I'll just go for, I assume that's silk, I guess. Silk, plus 100% culture. Oh, I see, okay, okay. Camels, increase number of resources that can be assigned to a city by 2. So that is that's really a net gain of 1, right? Because the camels take a slot. Unless that is... Are the camels like a... What's the word called? There are some resources that are empire resources, right? So if the camel's an empire resource, that's incredibly strong. But if it's a resource that you just assign to a single city, it's not bad, but it's only a net gain of +1 slot. But on the other hand, you know, that still might be worth it, because I want to get some stuff down here. Let's do that one. Let's get the camel. How do I actually do it? Oh, I have to send them there. I see. Also, while I'm thinking about it, I do need to get another settler as well, and I think I'm going to prioritize that over the library. But do you consider buying settler to establish transfer resources? Yes, I was actually, yeah. I know my video is slightly behind. I don't know how much it is to purchase a settler. It doesn't look like you can, unless it's because I have one in queue. Yeah, not clear. Oh, I did not mean to move my army commander there. Move them back. Oh, interesting. Are the scouts moving through my units? That's unusual. Okay, I think I'm fine for the slinger to take a melee attack. Actually, I think maybe I can knock them out there. There we go. Okay. Alright. Looks good there. So let's end the turn. So we'll be getting another settler, and then we'll resume that library. We have a celebration. Definitely going to go for the extra food right now. And I have another policy slot. So let's grab the extra production and science again. And I wonder if it's worth building something in here. Like a brickyard might actually be worth it. Clay pits, mines, and quarries. If I were to purchase the brickyard. This seems pretty good to me, actually, because there's going to be a lot of mines in this territory. Great. Oh yeah, got some nice spots in there. Camel is OP. Scouts and settlers go through units. Okay, interesting. Good to know. Saw other people buying settlers, maybe done in towns. Possibly. I can't buy any units right now. It might unlock with like a certain tech or civic as well. There are quite a few restrictions on that, I'm noticing, in terms of like when kind of strategic options become available to you. So if I had to guess, I would say that could probably be a cause. Okay, I'm going to gamble that slingers can take a single melee hit from these warrior units. Doesn't even look like that is a particularly relevant gamble. And I also have a promotion available. So let's take a look at what's available on the assault tree here. Excuse me, got a bit of a cough. +2 combat strength for infantry when attacking. Okay, and then siege units, cavalry, infantry and cavalry units have first strike ability, +5 combat strength when at full health. Okay. I am kind of leaning towards getting logistics, or maybe maneuver. But I'm really interested in these ones down here. On the other hand, it's going to be a while before I can really make use of some of these, I think. Because these things are going to be better when you have a larger empire and more units. Like the +2 unit slots, for instance, I can't make use of right now. I don't care about pillaging that much. Field medic, I think, would probably be good. Commando ability would probably be good. Let's go for maneuver. I'm interested in this +1 movement while on land and ignoring terrain movement restrictions. I think that's going to be like pretty critical to logistics. So I'm going to go ahead and grab that. Meanwhile, all these units are going to heal up. Alright. Let's see how my progress is here. 3 more turns before I become suzerain there. And down here, doing well. 11 turns. Okay. Yeah, these scouts don't feel like they're doing much of anything anymore. Kind of wish I could auto-explore them. Okay, so slingers can definitely take a hit from warriors, which is good to know. But not much of a hit. And for some reason, I can't attack that. Can I just, like... I'm not sure how taking, like, an independent people works. If it's even possible at all. But for the moment, I am at least farming some XP from their units. Maybe I have to, like, pillage or something. Disperse independence. There it is. See ya. And I guess that gets me a little bit of culture. Okay. That unlocks some of my unique buildings. So I still have the library queued, which I would like to get next. However, after that, I am thinking about just queuing up both of these items. I also need to get one more warrior for this quest right here. So I think I'm going to grab the warrior, because finishing this quest is going to give me some extra happiness. And then I'll work on the library, and then I can start building some of these. Don't know where I'm going to put them yet. Maybe like right here. Reach adjacent wonder. Reach adjacent mountainous terrain. Okay. So maybe I end up like... Let me take this out of the queue. Maybe I see. Okay, I see where you can, like, get into a little bit of trouble, like, planning these, right? Because I would really like to have a district right here in the, what is it? This one, right? Because I get extra culture for every adjacent mountain. So I get +2 culture right here, but I have this. Does anyone know or remember if, like, if you overwrite a rural tile, do you get to replace it somewhere else? I feel like I remember that being a thing, but I actually don't recall. So what I'm going to do is overwrite this farm right here. And just see if that, you know, what comes of that. Okay, I can also expand. Do I want extra production, or do I want an extra food and happiness? I'm going to go for the food and happiness up here, I think. You get the pop back. Okay, nice, nice, nice. Okay, that's good to know. Good to know. That is, like... That was one of the trouble... That's some of the trouble that I had with Civ 6, is, like, you had to hard commit to something being permanent at the very start of the game, basically. And... I don't like having to plan things that far in advance. I feel like it is very constraining in a way. I like the more organic growth that Civ 7's presenting so far. I think I value this production a little bit more than that happiness right now. I have quite a bit of happiness in my empire, so I'm less worried about that. Okay, I get a militarist attribute points for free. So this... Okay. So I have combat strength in powers and city-states, or 1 free war support on all your wars. Let's see. I don't care about this path at all, I don't think. Plus 50% influence towards levying units from city-states. I'm not, like, playing as Machiavelli, you know? And happiness penalties reduced by an additional 10%. I mean... But ignoring the happiness penalty from unrest and captured settlement seems like it is good, and +1 settlement limit is really good in my assessment so far. So I'm going to get this +1 free war support, and that would let me go down this path or go down this middle path. I don't think I value this path as much from my initial assessment. Yeah, I am a warmonger. Called out. Okay, let's take a look at the base civics again. Units adjacent, heal +5 HP per turn. What is that unit? Is that one of my unique units? Let me check the tech tree really fast. Because that was what I was thinking about trying to go into next. Yeah, that could actually be pretty strong, right? If I am going to be going up against Friedrich. And then this one, infantry and cavalry, +3 combat strength adjacent to each other. I'm going to start working on that one, I think. Citizenship would also be nice, but like 37 turns to research is going to take forever. If I can hit him from there, I can. Nice. And those guys are content to just sit around. So I'm thinking I can get another town, like down here. This feels like a good location to get something. There are a lot of resources around. And this is one that I think I would eventually want to evolve into a city. Okay, so I can choose a city-state bonus. Okay, becomes suzerain. Suzerainty grants you visibility of its units, powerful ways to levy its resources, and a bonus determined by its specialty. Okay, right, I remember this. So when you first become suzerain, it allows you to choose the suzerainty bonus of the city, and it's like a random set of stuff, basically. Huh. Tried to tell me about the placement over rural districts earlier. Yeah, I think I like misinterpreted it maybe, or something along those lines. Also, is the stream still working? On my studio, it is no longer going. Had a hiccup. Okay, all good? All right, great. Good. So, let's take a look at the suzerain bonuses here. I'm actually not sure which one to go for. +2 culture to monuments could be good. The free civic. This one like doesn't have a lot of long-term play. The shrines to the Jinn, but like short-term it could be really strong, you know. I think I'm gonna grab shrines.
Do nothing which is of no use.
Yeah, so I get discipline here. So I just get a freebie civic. And then when I get this one as well, I'll get another freebie civic, which will be really nice. Man, I'm seeing like, could you imagine like playing Machiavelli with getting that, and that being the very first suzerainty bonus that you have access to? I don't want to play too aggressively here. Yeah, I'm going to actually just pull back from that. I want these guys to heal up a little bit before I take the rest of these guys on. Does anyone know if there are, like... how do I... Oh, no, not what I wanted. There we go. Got our trade route. Does anyone know if, like, units heal faster if they're inside a commander? Let's see. Trade, yeah, so I should have that extra resource now, right? Yep, so we can put that in Rome. Oh, interesting. So I went from 1 free slot to 3 free slots? Are we sure that this is working correctly? Like, look at this. This camel. Increased number of resources that can be assigned to a city by 2. So in theory, I should put this in and I should have 2 slots available, but instead I have 3. Yeah, I figured they healed faster in friendly territory, but I wasn't sure if they like healed faster inside Commander. Okay, so I have a good relationship with them. Got a little bit of money for that. Can also grow a town. Wine could be good. I already have incense. So this city or town is basically just producing money for me at the moment until it grows to a city. The camel itself doesn't cost a slot. Okay. Yeah, that seems unusual, right? I wish that were a little bit more clear because it affected my initial assessment of the camel, but now that I know, right, the camel is amazing. I want camel every single game. I already have an incense. I suppose it could apply to this city, but it's not generating any science. I do want more food in here, though, so I think I'm going to grab another farm just so this can continue to grow. And when does this become available to convert to a city? I'm just curious. I don't need a city. Oh, here it is. Okay, I don't have enough gold for it. Got it. I was just missing that button. Okay. I'm going to move these guys forward. I suppose I should probably just target that commander. Oh, I didn't have my commander in place for that. Okay. No worries. And those guys are just going to sit there.
The essence of all being.
Okay, there's irrigation. We're going to slide these slingers. And actually, I suppose I can use the focus fire, and we're going to hit the commander and kill them. And that should make things a little bit easier for me. You can put multiple copy of a resource in one city. Oh, okay. Interesting. Cost to convert a city goes down, the more things in it. Interesting. All right, all right. There's a lot to learn here. There's my +1 happiness in all settlements, now that I finished building this warrior here. I have a narrative choice, a codex, or 75 influence. So I know the codices are on this path, right? And I don't have any codices yet, and I really do need to start progressing down here. Economic is definitely the area in which I have the most progress. Culture, I haven't built any wonders. Military, hopefully I'll be dealing with that soon. So I'm thinking I just take the codex, just because that'll move me along that line there. Ooh, interesting. I can get an expansionist point from having 3 altars. Or I could get one of my unique units, which would be really strong if I'm feeling warmongery. Let me take a look at... Where do I see... There they are. The expansionist points. 25% production towards training settlers. Bearing in mind that I would need to have 3 altars in order to get this, which seems unlikely in the near future. 1 food per age on warehouse buildings, pretty good. Refunded when city... Yeah, like there's some really good stuff in here. Gain 1 population in towns. New towns start with an additional population. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking too, is that like it might just take too long to get this one. So I'm thinking I'm gonna just grab my unique unit, because that's going to combine really well when I finish with this civic, which allows my units to heal when they're adjacent to this unit. So that just feels like this feels like the right time to get this. Okay, so I can showcase a great work. Whoop. Which it looks like I'm already doing. Yeah, okay. And that gives me a little bit of extra science. Nice. Okay, so can grow city again. Let me take a look at growth time. 15 turns, so would still be beneficial to increase food a little bit. Maybe like one of these farms down here. Actually, these farms would be good because it'll increase happiness in my districts here as well, because of my abilities. So I'm going to go ahead and grab one of those farms. And let's take a look at tech. I'm going to maybe go for wheel, just so I can get access to some of these higher tier units. Unless there's like a really strong case for a mastery, maybe. Suppose I could get a codex, but I don't have anywhere to display it. Then currency, I suppose, would give me the specialist stuff, but I think I'm feeling warmongery. I'm getting the itch. Which should probably surprise no one in the room right now. Okay. How much? 2 more turns? Okay, I was like, I lost track of that settler, so I had a brief moment of panic where I was like, where did they go? But all good. Codex will go in the library. Yeah. Which I am currently working on. Someone finished a Wonder. Great Steely. So they need to wait a turn. This guy is moving. This guy is moving. How often can I do the focus fire? Seems like I can do it every turn. No need to attack them, really. And I have a promotion available. Really nice to be able to farm this stuff up. Yeah, let's see. Nor terrain movement restrictions, amphibious. I'm thinking I take harassment, and then Pathfinder, and then area denial. So I'm gonna struggle to flank right now, but once I get like the elephant down here and this other warrior, I'll have more units to actually flank with. So I think I'm gonna do that. Can you please remind me, unique quarter of your civ, does it require to have 2 buildings in a district? Yeah. So the unique quarter, you need to have both of your unique buildings there. So the unique quarter just gives plus 10% happiness in the settlement. And then you can see the 2 unique buildings here, which both give some base happiness as well as some extra adjacencies. Do I want to attack them? I feel like I just need to clear these guys out. Let's go for it. I can't. There we go. Explore a little bit. I need to, I'll need to be, like, pretty conscious of when I'm choosing to use the commander and how. Like, it's a very different addition to the Civ series, you know? And I'm not, like, accustomed to thinking about the commander on the battlefield. Okay, so plenty of options here. Probably go for one of the fishing boats first. The 3 food is the most appealing to me at the moment. Could also open up the wool. So let's grab that. I don't think I have any other focuses I can choose right now. Yeah, just increased growth. I could also grab a granary here, which might be worthwhile. Is there any reason not to put it here? Just put both of... I guess the storehouses benefit from a... like other buildings that you unlock later in the game. It's the start. Did you get a memento for the game, or all of them locked from the start? They are all locked from the start. So you need to play at least one game before you have any mementos unlocked. So I don't have any modifiers from mementos at the moment. I could also just put the granary on like a really low yield tile, like this one right here. I think I'm gonna do that. Okay. So I'm thinking I am going to denounce these guys. I've heard it's pretty difficult to manage wars against people that you have not denounced, so if you do like a surprise war or something of that nature. So just need to get myself set up for that. And thankfully you can't just prepare your reef. Nice.
But fragile.
Oh, pretty good yields on that. Thankfully you can't just yoink settlers anymore. My Civ instinct kicked in for a second there, and I was like, oh, I should grab that settler. But that is no longer the case. Okay, 3 turns till I get them. And then, are there any others? I destroyed this one because it was annoying and I didn't know what I was doing. But probably would have been worthwhile to keep it. I wonder if others pop up throughout the game, kind of like independent people in Humankind. I'm actually not sure how that all works. I think we're all fine just sitting there, because we need to wait for the denunciation to go into effect before we declare war anyway. And I'm hoping the freebie that I get here in 2 turns is actually useful. They reset every age. Interesting. Okay, so you get more options later. That's good to know. One thing I am missing about Humankind right now is the diplomatic stance of tolerating skirmishes, so that you don't actually need to be at war to fight people when you're in neutral territory is something that I really liked about Humankind. That is like a little bit more challenging in this one. Can't do anything there. They're all gone at the end of an era. Interesting. Interesting, interesting. Okay. Lots of things to learn here. I could also maybe consider... I guess I can't buy units there right now. Maybe I grab one more unit. I don't know. I like feel okay with the units that I have. I'm going to have this unit here as well, which ignores defenses, I believe. So like I'm feeling okay with the units I have, I suppose. So I'm going to grab this wool. And let's take a look at the resource allocation. I don't think we need it there. We're going to put it in the capital since that is a more functional city at the moment. Let's see. Difficult decision. Strange illness seems to be ravaging local sheeps. Okay, I've learned from Humankind that sometimes, you know, you gotta take the crappy option. The animals will not recover in time. They're all gonna die if I don't take the whole flock, must be called. Seems like it could have been an age mechanic, skirmish tolerated in age 1, and later you need a tree to your policy. Yeah, I do think that actually would have been a good way to do it. Especially for the, I don't know what they're calling the like modern or contemporary / modern equivalents, but it feels like that would make sense in that era, right? To need like an actual declaration of war, whereas like the very start of the game, you could skirmish in neutral territory without needing a formal declaration. Choose a city-state bonus. Okay. Let's see. Emporium. Allows the construction of the Emporium unique improvements. Provides +2 gold. +2 gold in cities if they have at least 1 resource assigned to them. Okay. Gold buildings receive +1 gold for every city you're suzerain of. Receive the Lapis Lazuli resource in the capital. Lapis provides +4 production, +5% gold. +5% gold for every city you're suzerain of, and +5 trade route range for every city you are suzerain of. Well, I mean, gemstones, right? Like, this feels like a really obvious option to me, unless you are building a lot of gold buildings. Just because, like, with the economic path, requiring resource assignments and having, like, currently available space here is just, like, getting free outputs in my city and progressing me down the path. So that one, like, feels good to me. I could see taking the Emporium, or if there were a lot of city-states, that one would be good. Yeah, I think I'm going to go with gemstones.
There is another world,
And there's a policy.
but it is
Looks like I got mastery of something. Of mysticism. So +2 food in all settlements. Yeah, I mean, I'll take it. And happiness and science on tropical terrain in the settlements. Oh, it's a specific thing. Is it something I can buy? Doesn't seem like it. Or is it a building? Or is it just like an improvement to the altar? Okay, so I'm getting distracted now. Let us... Where is it? +1 science for each... No. Is it this one? +1 culture for each adjacent wonder. And +1 culture for each adjacent mountainous terrain. We're going to build this one first, and it's going to cover that farm right there. Because that has 2 mountains there. Will we see a new Humankind Let's Play after an update comes out? Looks pretty interesting, rebalancing war mechanics. Yeah, I am planning to do something there. Let me select a tile here first, and then I'll talk a little bit more about plans there. I'm going to take that one, because I think I want more production in this city. Resource... Yep, got everything. All right. So, Humankind. I'm not, like, ditching Humankind content or anything. I do plan to cover it. I am in a bit of a tough situation right now that's going to require a lot of my time and attention. So, just for, like, context, my girlfriend has lost her job as a direct result of the Trump administration, because she worked in... international development in a contractor position, and basically the entire industry has been destroyed overnight. So she's currently out of a job, and we're trying to consolidate so that we, don't lose our homes. So that's going to be eating up like a lot of my attention for the next few weeks to months. Like, I'm trying to sell my condo at the moment. So I do plan to cover Humankind as much as I can, as well as Civilization 7, but it's not going to be at the rates that I would like to be able to. Okay, so I am thinking about sourcing independent power. I'm thinking about trying to like improve my relation here. So maybe like local festival. Yeah, well, hopefully that'll, like, help. They seem to have supported it, so should be good. Yeah, thanks to Zuli. It's, like, because I live in Washington, D.C., so it's pretty wild out here at the moment. Lot of direct impacts on the local economy. Okay. So, neutral to unfriendly. Sounds good. And culling of sheep gives us plus 100 gold. Great. Well, we didn't make everyone sick by not culling them, so happy with that. And here, we could go for more growth. We could also try to convert to a city later, but, or now, no, I don't have enough gold. Okay. Grow a town. Maybe grab the incense. I don't have wine yet, actually. Let's do that. I guess... is that a global? It is. Okay, that's a global resource. Let's do happiness in capital, plus in culture when in celebration. It's Thanks, Sheeb. Appreciate it. And Dark Alice, yeah, appreciate you all. It is like, it's a weird position to be in because we went from like pretty stable, professionals to like very unstable, like pretty much overnight. And thankfully my job is pretty stable right now. So like we just need to figure out the housing situation and we'll be all right. We're not gonna be homeless. It's just gonna be a rough few months while we get it figured out. And worst case scenario, I don't know if I've ever mentioned this on channel before, but my dad actually was born in Scotland, and in the UK, you basically inherit citizenship eligibility. So my sibling actually has their UK citizenship, and I'm in the process of applying for it. So, worst comes to worst, I have a lot of family in the UK as well, and could leave the United States if I needed to, but not planning on that and not hoping for that at the moment. All right. Want to continue growing here. This one has some pretty good outputs, actually. Let's grab that. And I could actually get a fishing key here. I'm getting quite a few fishing boats in this city. So, yeah, if I grab right here, I get some nice happiness as well. Man, I have so much happiness. I don't know if this is, like, normal, but this feels like a lot of happiness for the point of the game that I'm in. You went the tough route and worked 6 years in the foreign language uses and shit. Yeah, I really like the EU countries in general. I've had the... I'm going to accept that, that's fine. I've had the great pleasure of spending a lot of time in the EU just because we have family there, as well as, I've enjoyed traveling there as well. I also, this isn't EU, but I was in Norway this last summer, which was really incredible. I'd never had the pleasure of visiting before. But yeah, it's like Germany, Italy, France, Spain. I was in Portugal a couple years ago, right? Like all very enjoyable places to visit and to live, from what I can tell. So they have archers, actually. So I'm going to pull back some of these units because those archers are scary because I don't know what the combat strength difference is relative to slingers. So I want to make sure that I can actually deal with those. So we're probably going to have to queue bronze working. I guess I can't queue techs, which is wild. Trailing in technology. We're decades ahead of the rest of the world. Okay, I mean, there's not much I can do about that at the moment. Let's do that up there as well. I could also think about a wonder. And it's seeming like I'm going to need some extra units. I am like doing a little more SimCity than I would normally do. Pretty nice to be able to embark here, actually. Oh man, I need to remember that I can just like pack up units into the commander and get them moving. Whoop. Okay. Age progress. Okay, did they declare war on me? They're just hostile. Okay. Let's maybe pack these guys. And let's run this way. And we're just going to hang out for a little bit while we get some other stuff researched. Really wish I had more science, but I don't have like an obvious route to increasing my science output at the moment. I guess like maybe there's something else in the tree. Like if I grabbed, I don't know. None of mathematics has science, I guess. Warning was the hostilities high enough to declare war. Gotcha. Oh, did you, this is a contested pronunciation. I've always called it Appalachia, but my understanding is that people who live there call it Appalachia. Did you grow up there, Lazuli? It's interesting place. I mean, I'm like kind of close to it in DC, and you know I've spent a little bit of time in the region, but it is like a very distinct region in the U.S. And yeah, I can see like how it would remind you a little bit of like some of the areas in like Poland or Slovakia or Czechoslovakia or something. You know, I guess it's like called Czechia now rather than Czechoslovakia, but. Let's see. I think fishing is still the way to go here. This one would get me access to the sugar. This one would get me elephants, if I put that there. I think we'll go for the sugar first. Let's grab that. Okay, diplomatic action. Do I value in... So, +3 happiness in, per turn in cities for both leaders. Or I can get +2 diplomatic influence, and she gets +2 happiness. I think I like the influence over the happiness here. Okay, and let's pack that guy in here. And we'll move them up there. And we're just hanging out, so we're going to get the wheel, and then we can get some extra units. Celebration, just gonna keep going on that extra food. 2 food in all settlements, +2 gold in all settlements. I might lean towards the gold a little bit, actually. Don't need the happiness quite so much. I'm going to grab the gold because it would be nice to convert one of these into a city at some point. Oh, I have lost a fishing boat, I assume due to a flood there. This guy's probably gonna die. That's fine. I've explored like the entire continent at this point, so I'm not really worried about that. Yeah, so saving influence seems good. What is the uses for influence when you're actually at war with someone? I think is my question. Because I assumed I would need it, but I don't actually know kind of what role it really plays. I also suppose I could levy units here. You buy war support. Interesting, okay. Permanently take control of. Do they have any good units? Just warriors. Suppose a galley could be useful against Roma if I don't want to build it myself. Well, unlocked espionage actions. Military infiltration? Interesting. Should I do it? I'm gonna do it. I assume it takes effect next turn. +50 gold or 25 culture. I'm gonna grab the gold, actually, because I would like to get another city. And then in the tech tree, bronze working is next, so I can get upgrades to archers and spears. Okay. And then in here, I would actually like to get another one of my unique units. And here, this guy needs to go ahead and get out of the commander so that he can heal up there. And this guy, I would like to add. And we'll start adding these guys as well once they're able. Okay. And you can fortify for now. So 12 turns on that. Yeah, I can see, like, this is interesting, because I feel like gold in Civ games is often, or just in 4X in general, is often not valuable till later in the game, but because it's a requirement to turn settlements into cities, it feels a lot more valuable than it has in other 4X games right now. Because, like, that's kind of hindering a lot of my outputs at the moment, is, like, I don't have a lot of options to increase some of them. You can support yourself at war, provides a CS bonus, and adds penalty to happiness for opponent settlements. Interesting. Who is this? Harriet Tubman. That's an optimistic settler. Alright. Is there really... Yeah. I'm really missing Auto Explore at the moment. I could also work on a wonder in here. I think it actually might be worth it to try for one. Probably Hanging Gardens. To support on all wars. I mean, that wouldn't be bad. Don't care about fortified districts. I'm thinking I'm gonna try for it, just because it's kind of fun to build wonders. And I'm going to grab that spot, I think. So this this one, both of the things in this quarter give adjacency bonuses for wonders. So that's why I'm putting it there. I'm gonna go for the culture.
Preserve the
Great.
health of the healthy, and break.
See if I need to change any policies. Oh, +1 gold for every 5 surplus happiness. I think I'm going to... Actually, I still kind of value that science. +2 gold in all settlements. +1 gold for every... How much? Actually, how much is this getting me at the moment? So I would get like 6 gold from that, and I would get 6 gold from that other policy. So it's like kind of neutral. Actually, where? I don't know how to open that that tree again, where I have the options to swap those things out. There it is, policies. Yeah, I'm actually going to take out tool making and get this +1 gold, because I do think, for the 5 happiness, because I do think I need to convert one of these towns into another city. Good to say I still like settling in Tundra, yeah. Yeah. Little bit of industry here might actually be nice. Let's grab that farm there. Grow a town. We'll take the sugar. Let's take a look at resources. +2 food to capital, +4 food to any other city. So I'm thinking that I can turn this into a city. I guess this one might actually make more sense, because it's a little bit farther away, so it needs, like, better independence. Though they do have a unit there, which I'm a little worried about. And this one's a little cheaper to upgrade, 300. So maybe I go ahead and put this in... oh, I can't put it there, actually. It has to go in my capital. That's fine. Well, I completed a milestone for Silk Road. Let's see. Economic. So I think that gives me 1 legacy point, right? Yeah. So, alright. First legacy point so far. Okay. And then you can allow yourself to be over city cap because you have so much happiness. It'll be handy when you get into a war. Yeah. Looking forward to having that much happiness. Will be useful. Is this useful for me? That would actually be pretty nice. Citizenship's still useful, but actually, given that I'm still preparing for war, I need to be kind of focused. So I think this one makes sense, because I think the... These units are cavalry, right? Can I get some more information about them? Cavalry unit. Yep, okay. And a town specialization is available. Okay. I can continue to increase the growth. Don't care about that one. Culture and science on quarters in this town. It's on food on farms, pastures, plantations, and fishing boats. I think that one's probably a little better. Yeah, so that'll grow a little bit faster. And it would be nice to purchase a granary there, but I'm trying to save up 300 gold to turn this into a city. And also, they have their units now and are, like, moving towards me, which makes me nervous. So, let's... Okay, so that's locked. Let's move these guys down here. I'm going to position these guys strategically, but I think this is actually a good opportunity to perhaps... Okay, how do I... I'm finding the interface for this not particularly intuitive. Is it... No, not gather. I can't deploy them. I thought I could, but are they, like, out of movement or something, I guess? I'll have to figure out exactly how all this stuff interacts with each other. Okay, let's grab that incense, just so I have another resource. We're going to assign it to this place once I actually convert to a city. And actually, I can convert to a city now, and I'm going to go ahead and do that. And we could go for all sorts of things here. Library probably seems useful. Obviously, I do want the unique quarter buildings before I lose access to them. I'm thinking the library, though, just because I need to, like, progress down the science tree a lot faster than I already am. Science for every adjacent resource and science for every adjacent wonder. Okay, okay. That's a good spot, though, so I don't want to put it there. Maybe I can put it on top of one of these other districts. I can get 5 science right here. I think I'm going to do that. I have some resource assignments available. And actually, I could do this now. So I can get a little extra science in my capital. Let's see, like, telling me to... Oh, it's that unit there. I see. Okay. I had a feeling that would happen, so let's pull back here. And then we will deploy that guy. They have another melee unit there. So we will deploy that guy there. We'll deploy that guy here. And we'll deploy that guy here. And I'm hoping that these guys can do a crap ton of damage. There we go. Oh, I didn't realize that would move him, actually. I think that's fine. I was thinking of, like, the humankind movement, where the units stay in their respective locations after they make their attack. But obviously Civ has always treated that a little bit differently. Okay, War Weariness. Okay, so I assume if I go here, I'm going to support myself, and I'm going to support myself again, and that will put things slightly in favor for me. Slightly in my favor, words I'm looking for. So let's... Oh, if they move, they can't take their special action, I see. And let's blow that warrior up. Then we can go after that commander. Keep those guys there. It actually looks like I won't need those warriors, so we'll just keep them in reserve for now. Let's have this extra elephant, so we'll bring them up that way. What am I building right now? Right, I'm building the library. I'm just kind of like running around with the scout at this point. I feel like I should just delete it. Gonna just take a little peek forward here and see if there's anything there. Okay, so I can't attack if I don't have any movement. Attack by elephant scream could use some more energy. Yeah, I mean, I'd be screaming a lot more than that. Yeah, that's it. We died. Let's just heal them and delete them later. I'm kind of tired of just moving them back and forth. Navigable rivers are going to make this area a little complicated to get across. Ah, I don't have line of sight there. Okay, fair enough. Well. Goodbye, Legatus. And we have a narrative choice. Plus 2 to combat strength on all units. Soldiers return from the field with fewer bright eyes, bringing the description of slaughter, blah, blah, blah. Even new conscripts are unsettled. Let's just go for the combat strength. I'm hoping that doesn't have a terribly negative consequence later. Really like that you can build fortifications on any tile in Civ 7 and create potent choke points. Yeah, I noticed that. I haven't had a need for it quite yet, but it does like seem a lot more strategic than other options, right? And it does have to be quarters, right? So you can't just like go willy-nilly and build it wherever you want. You have to plan it out ahead of time. All right. I'm gonna go there, I think. And actually, before I do that, I want to move my commander down. Okay, I'm like getting the hang of the commander, you know. I'm gonna move him there. Don't think I need to make that attack. Those guys are just gonna hang out until my elephant comes up, and then we'll kind of push forward towards Ravenna. Better give Rome its military engineering buff, yeah. I'm very curious to play more cultures in Civ 7. Like they do feel very distinct, and I'm really excited about the possibilities that are coming along with the way they've designed the game. Right, I have to build traders, don't I? Yeah, so merchants. Can I purchase merchants? I cannot. I could purchase a ballista. I think probably a merchant might be worth it soon, though, because I have... Oh, I lost my camel. Right, because that was providing me with some stuff. Thankfully, I'm pretty good on growth in this city, so I'm happy to keep that as production. So I think I'm going to add the food and production here, if I can. Or is there some kind of constraint that's blocking me from doing that? Is kind of what it seems like. Yeah, unclear to me why I can't use those ones at the moment. But I should get a trader. Maybe that's something that I do here, since I'm not working on, or since I'm working on a wonder in my capital at the moment. Oh, the building fortifications with units. Yes, yes, I have noticed that.
For those who are born,
All right.
death is certain.
So I get that extra +3 combat strength when infantry and cavalry are adjacent to each other. So I could go for this last thing here. Plus 10% yields and settlements not founded by you. Extra settlement limits. +1 science for every 5 surplus happiness as a policy. And then the Sanchi Stupa. Base yield +2 happiness, 1 culture for every 5 excess happiness in the settlements. That one's quite good, but also 28 turns is really long. Citizenship is still 32 turns. I just need to bite the bullet and research that at some point, I think. Though I suppose an oracle could be good. Because that gives me culture, which I do need right now. I also haven't built a monument yet. You need a new resource to reallocate. Oh, I see. So it's kind of like the way that policy slots are locked. Got it. Got it. Actually, I don't know why I sent them there. I can just add them to the army. See if there's anyone to stop me from really doing anything. Or if they've just, like, left Ravina completely undefended. Okay, let's move that unit there, because then I get some extra combat strength from adjacency to that cavalry, and then I can kind of move things around later. Okay, let's view the trade. I do need currency. I would like to get up to mathematics. Some codices would be nice. Movement for siege units into codex. Free combat strength for infantry units. Yeah, there's a lot of like really interesting options in Civ, and I'm enjoying it. I want to unlock the specialists, I think. I've kind of been holding off on that. I'm going to go for the plus 20% food, and I have another policy slot available. Maybe just plus 2 food in all settlements. I think that one probably makes the most sense. Let's just do that. Alright, so let's back you up. Gonna move you, and then we'll add you to the army as well. And then we'll move them up here. This guy is fine, just sitting around down here. We could upgrade them to the next tier as well. But I... Oh, right. The granary is actually not going to affect this that much, because... What's the word I'm looking for? These are fishing and not like farms, so I actually don't need to worry about building the granary in there for the time being. I'm going to get rid of this scout. It's really not important at this point. This is a very sad little town right here. Let's see how I'm doing with Confucius. Let's improve trade relations, because I would like to send some more trade routes down that way. Should a city be in a trade range to assign a resource from other settlements? Like, you mean, do they have to be? I'm not really sure. To be completely honest, I just don't have enough experience yet with the game. Okay, so we're going to shuffle these guys a little bit, because by having this cavalry in the middle, this cavalry unit, I can... Oh, and... or I can just, like, completely destroy their entire defenses in one hit. And I'm actually going to upgrade to the spearmen here, so they're a little bit stronger. I can raise or keep. I'm going to keep, I think. I just want to, like, keep all their stuff. Minus 15 happiness penalty. Okay, that's fine. Resource assignments available. Okay. 10% culture. Let's put that there. Put that there. Actually, maybe I reverse that. Because the... Yeah, because the production is not going to do that much in a town. Suppose I can't add that to Ravina. That's fine. Oh, there's a message about needing a new resource. Got it. Yeah. So it's basically like the policy slots, right, where you need to unlock a new one before you can swap them around. It's the same kind of concepts. Oh man, this archer is just like walking right into me. Well, goodbye, archer. I really underestimated my emblematic unit, I think. I don't know if that's what it's called. That's like what I'm used to calling them from Humankind. So don't fault me. Actually, they have balanced the war supports here. So I'm going to support myself. So I think after this, we probably go for Rome. No. Like, why would I give them something? Oh, they declared war on me. Confucius did. That's interesting. They don't actually have anyone near me. Let's move some units there to defend. Actually, this merchant's pretty much going to be useless for me now. The barracks worthwhile? Maybe. Could I... Do you have enough to buy one? No, not quite. Okay, let's get the emblematic unit. These things are pretty strong. So if I send one down here, that'll increase the strength of this warrior as well. Let's go up here. And then... Yeah, looks like I can't actually... unload them this turn, so I have to wait till next turn. Okay, so if the commander's movement is exhausted, then you're just SOL as far as deploying those units. Yeah, I was right. I don't think they're going to be able to do much. They're not, like, really in a position to. What is a migrant? Oh, is it just because, like, I've grown too much or something? So I can move them to another city and settle a pot. Okay, let's move them over here. How many turns for, like, a unit? I don't want to delay Hanging Gardens, because I would really like to get a Wonder. And I, like, feel okay about the fact that they don't have any units down here. It seems like Ujjaini is too far from your capital to provide it with resources from specialization. I'm not sure. Oh, in here? I'm actually not sure where I would check that in the menus. See if I can kill this merchant. Oh, doesn't seem like I can, perhaps. But in the meantime... Okay, so those are navigable rivers, which I actually don't want to go over. However, it does make for a good spot for my slingers. Like right there, maybe. Let's intercept these guys here. Don't have any promotions, right? Okay, all good there. Just fortify for now. Yeah, those archers are going to do a fair bit of damage to me. Let's back these guys up. But thankfully, since they've decided they wanted to cross the river, I can do a decent bit of damage to them. I suppose I lost some movement on that guy just because he went into a forest there, because difficult terrain. Gonna move the swords there, or the spears there, I guess. And I'm going to attack those archers. We're just going to provide a blocker unit here. And we can grow a city. Let's see. Maybe production. I could go for farms. I don't know. Don't think I'm close enough for either of those. Okay, I can get the incense at the very least. Yields in the capital menu. Okay. Is it... Yeah, I'm not exactly sure where you would check it in here. Oh, I see. Yeah, it is providing me food. So I get 33.7 food from the city down here, I think. Yeah. And I have a promotion. No combat penalties when attacking while embarked. Okay, actually that would be good for me here. Land units within command radius ignore terrain movement restrictions. Also very good. I'm going to grab Pathfinder, though, because I think that's going to be more generally applicable. Alright, so... I'm going to have to deal with the Legion here. See. I suppose I could use this focus fire. I'm a little worried about this spear being killed by the archer, so I'm going to use that guy to attack. I'm going to pull that guy back. I'm going to pull this guy back and just let him heal for a bit, and just let these spears kind of hold the line against the Legion for now. Okay, I've got extra culture there, which is nice. Still no units from Confucius making their way towards me quite yet. Okay, so I got migrants here. Can... Well, what happened to my... Okay, this is... a little odd. This isn't showing me the yields, so it's making it a little bit more difficult to decide where to go. I do think I need some more growth, though. Growth is like how you win the game, basically, as far as I can tell. So I'm going to grab that one right there. It's kind of what I was planning on earlier. And then I think on the next one, I can start building some mines, because this can be a very high productivity city due to the number of mines that it has available. Let's check how I'm doing on the paths here. Pretty unlikely to get really anything on culture. I think I'll be okay on at least a couple of the military. Science I'm not doing great on. Economic I'm also not doing great on at the moment, because I've lost access to some resources after my trade route died, basically. Okay, I'm going to pull the slinger back to upgrade it into an archer, and I think I'm going to actually do the same here, so we'll upgrade them next turn. We're going to just swap these guys around and just blow that Legion up. And then we're going to... Oh, did they not quite die? Okay, they're still engaged in combat, that's fine. And those spearmen are just fortified here.
When I was young,
Okay, so we finally unlocked currency, so that'll give us some more building options. So let's take a look at our tech. Go for navigation, engineering, military training. I'm leaning towards engineering. The extra culture, I think, will be helpful, as well as the blacksmith. I could also go for mastery of something. Not sure that's worth it yet. I would like to get to mathematics, I think, for the academy, so I can get some extra science coming in. And these guys all just need to heal a little bit. So let's get them all inside our own territory. Okay, I can do that, and I can move up here and attack that Legion. So far, I have to say, the combat in Civ 7 is feeling better to me. Oh, I can reinforce the army. How many turns would that take? Unclear. 3 turns. Okay, I probably could have walked there faster.
the canal water gushes.
Hey, I got Hanging Gardens. I guess I shouldn't expect to get Hanging Gardens when I start playing on the higher difficulties, but it is fun building the wonders. Let's take a look at this. Yeah, that's a nice model. I do like that quite a bit, actually. I'm gonna turn off the yields for just a sec. Yeah, the growth in Civ 7 of cities, feels so much better to me than it did in Civ 6. I really did not like the Civ 6 interpretation of cities, but this one, feels pretty good to me so far. Yeah, sorry, I did not finish that thought. Combat in Civ 7 so far feels better to me than combat in Civilization 6. Civilization 6 got really, really sticky, and I think you could level the same criticism at Civilization 5 as well, where it took forever to kill units. There were way too many choke points and ways of backing things up, and there was so much rough terrain, and cities took forever to take. There were just a lot of things that impeded combat, and it's wars would take thousands of years type of thing. And that didn't feel very good to me. Let's see here. Is a barracks worth it here? Because I do need more production in this city. I also would really like a monument. To get 3 culture there. Let's do that. I think I'm going to go for the culture. And I can get +1 culture per age on... Oh, no. I got a factionist trait. Plus 45% production towards trained settlers. Okay. That's fine. I should probably get a settler down here, actually, and get another town out. You have to get a discounted wonder, so I imagine higher difficulties, you can at least build that one. Yeah, it's a little difficult. So let me expand on my thoughts on that once I decide what I'm building on this one. Oh, I can trade with these cities. Oh, yeah. Okay, I didn't realize I could trade with independence. Okay, so Arcalis, I promise I'm going to return to that thought in just a second here, once I figure out what I'm actually building in here. So I could go for these options here. I could go for a barracks, just to increase my production. What's the adjacency on this? Each adjacent resource and wonder. Any wonders? Yeah, they're too expensive here, I think. Okay, I think I'm going to go for these here, because this is a decent spot for these. And it's going to take a little bit, but worth it to get that quarter. Okay, so it is true that you get the discounted wonder. So in my case, it is... what is it? The Sanchi Stupa. So how valuable it is going to depend on where it is in the tech tree on higher difficulties, right? So here, the Sanji Stupa is at the end of the Mauryan civics, and presumably for everyone else, it is at some other civic or tech. So in theory, you should be able to build it, but it's going to depend on like how valuable that is going to depend on the differential in terms of like tech of you versus the AI on higher difficulties in Humankind, or not in Humankind, in Civ 7. Just because like Civ is pretty notorious for just like granting enormous buffs to the AI, and that's how they make them competitive. So like famously, it's very difficult to I guess promotion's not available there. Famously, it's very difficult to like actually build wonders on high difficulty in Civ. And like that extra production towards the wonder is appreciated, but ultimately like where it is in the tech tree, I think is more important than the bonus production, if that makes sense. Because that ultimately dictates like when the AI can actually start building it. I'm just letting my units heal up a little bit here. And now that these archers are ready to go, I think I'm going to start pushing a little bit. Oh, these archers are actually not ready to go. That's fine. They need another turn anyway. I'd like to be able to shoot, roam, and attack on the same turn. Let's just push forward and see what they have. Did I try to put a specialist anywhere? No, I did not. Good point, actually. I actually don't know where the specialist menu is. Or, like, how I would do that. Is it, like, one of the options in here somewhere? Because I don't see it. Let me take a look in the wiki here. An urban tile creates a specialist. But the game also needs you to build wonders to progress the age 1 legacy, so I imagine they have to allow you to get at least some, otherwise it'll never be pursued. Yeah. This playthrough going to be available to watch later. Then you go back and watch what you're learning from city building. Yeah, so it'll all be available on YouTube after the fact. So it's not just live, it's automatically saved onto my channel, so you can go back and peruse it at your convenience. So I'm trying to figure out where the specialists are, because in theory, I have unlocked them, right, when I finished the tech here. Currency. +1 specialist limits. Is it like a unit that I need to build? It doesn't look like it. I don't see anything in the menu that would indicate that I have a specialist that can be placed somewhere. You can put them in urban tile when your city grows. Okay, okay, I see, I see. Actually, just gonna let this archer heal. Gonna move that guy there. Spearman. Move that guy up here so that everyone's benefiting from that commander. Roma is going to be mine.
Remain less interested
Okay.
in who we imagine ourselves.
Oracle is available.
Than in what we
Oh, interesting. Plus 10 culture per age, and it's ageless, so it won't deteriorate over time. I don't think I need to replace anything here. So I might take that out and just go for the extra production and science on Palace. I feel like I'm growing at a pretty reasonable clip here. Man, there are like so many options of things you could build. Okay, I think it's time to just bite the bullet and go for citizenship. I am building some things that will get me some more... what's the word I'm looking for? Some more culture. Can I, like, swap unit positions? I can. Okay, so goodbye, Archer. Oh, they seem to have barely survived. I'm gonna go ahead and take that attack. They're healing still. No, that doesn't seem worth it. I'll just fortify here, I guess. And then I have another unit that is reinforcing there. Yeah, so when I grow next time, I'll take a look at the specialists and see what that looks like. Yeah, here's my tooltip. Ability to place specialists, like rural populations, can be placed on unimproved tiles, blah, blah, blah. They can be placed on existing urban tiles. Okay. So let's produce some more stuff here. I feel like I really need to get my core economy up and running still. Brickyard and Fishing Key are ageless, but I don't need either of them at the moment. Don't think a bath is worth it. Maybe a market? Would be nice to have some more income. Yeah, this would make another urban district as well. What's the... That's the palace there. Okay, so I don't... It's like, it's hard to choose where to put things, really. Okay, I actually might go for a barracks just to improve my production. I'm gonna put it right there. And we can grow a city, so here are my specialist options. And that one seems okay. Yeah, this is my, like, emblematic quarter or whatever you want to call it. So let's drop it in there. So I'm trading off -2 food and -2 happiness for +2 happiness, so that nets out. So basically -2 food for +2.5 science and +3.5 culture, which is a slightly better trade than all these other items. So we'll drop it in that district there. And I'm going to be using like a lot of terms in this that are not actually interchangeable, that I'm going to be interchanging constantly, and it is 1,000,000% going to annoy the hell out of some people. But what are you going to do? Oh yeah, this city is so donezo. That guy can actually start going towards that city there. Reject. Okay. Grow a city again. I think I might grab this mine here. 3 production and 1 happiness is pretty solid, and it'll let me start producing all this stuff pretty quickly. Celebration, definitely go for the extra food again. And then I guess we go for the +2 food in all settlements. And I haven't checked on this. Let's go ahead and repair that plantation. Weird that that doesn't disappear in timely manner. So, they haven't been particularly focused in how they've grown the city, so I'm inclined to leave this on Growing Town. Yeah, my merchant hasn't made it down here yet. And still no evidence that Confucius is actually going to do anything about this war. I wonder if he'll just, like, accept a white peace. Yeah. Okay, great. Alright, some resource assignments, apparently. Nothing that's actually going to work. Once I get Rome available, I should be able to assign a bunch more. Okay, got a military milestone. Very nice. Congratulations to me. Economics still at 1. Nothing on science or culture yet. I think I need another wonder before I get there. I've unlocked Songhai. Have 3 settlements with at least 3 navigable rivers. Okay, cool. Yeah, the UI could still use some improvements. I can agree with that. I'm not like... I don't hate the UI. I can see how you get to where you need to go from where the UI currently is. You know what I mean? So I'm not like upset about the UI, and I understand that it was also designed with consoles in mind. Let's see. Definitely want to keep Rome. That's going to put me over my settlement limit. Some resource assignments available. And... guess I... There we go. Took a minute to get that working right, but we got it. Alright, so now we actually have some decent culture as well. Feels more live when you just express your thoughts other than trying to pursue more accurate word usage. Yeah, I agree. And, you know, frankly, people know what I'm talking about anyway, and everyone here basically is coming from humankind in some manner. So I think you all know what I'm talking about regardless. I'm going to finish the Terracotta Army. That actually, I was just thinking about this because I just talked about, you know, wonders a minute ago. My other thought as well is that with the way wonders are now, actually, or the game setup, is that the... How do I say this? Because there are actually fewer players in the game in the early eras, there are only 4 players that you're competing with, so it makes it much more likely that you can actually secure a wonder. Let's see what they do here. Hopefully I don't lose this unit to negligence. Okay, they barely survived. I feel like if I... Okay, can I do this and then, like, unload them again? And then still have movement? Yeah. Hilarious. Okay. Move them back. So, these guys are sitting on a choke. I'm gonna pull those back into the town just so they're safe. The legions are reasonably strong units, so I don't want to mess with them. Yeah, I do think there will be a lot of quality of life choices. I think the framework is there. Unlike something like Millennia, where it was hard to see where they got to, or it was difficult to see how they could get to a place where it felt good to play based on what was already in the game. Whereas here, it doesn't feel like that necessarily. Okay. Alright, feeling good about that. Let's check the age progress here. So, rankings... Definitely way ahead on Silk Roads so far. They must have had at least one playtest on DD where they ignore wonders, but popped out because of win conditions. Probably, that's probably right. I actually don't really know what the win conditions look like in Civ 7. I don't know how to win the game, I guess I could say. I did not mean to absorb all those people in there. Going to pop these people out. And we want to try to do as much damage to that Legatus as I can. that guy there. So right here, right, because of that civic that I had with cavalry and infantry giving each other combat strength adjacency, just going to pop them next to each other. And we'll move up and give a little bit more combat strength to some of these units. I suppose I could, like, go right here, and that'll cover this elephant as well, since they're a little bit more vulnerable. Yeah, I really liked some of the ideas from Millennia. I had two major problems with it. The first is the... I had multiple major problems with it, but from a pure, like, conceptual design perspective, the first problem I had is that there was way too much micromanagement of the supply chain. Like, every single era, you had to, like, replace upgrades with different upgrades that, like, required different inputs in different amounts. And later on, there were different amounts of, like, resources that you needed to have, and they fed into, like, a secondary, like, supply chain, and that changed in amounts, and, like, you were just constantly rebuilding your cities, and it just didn't feel good to play. And the second is that, like, the different kind of paths you could take, I forget the word for them, but you could, like, select, like, different sort of culture types in a way. Man, I can't do this and think about this thought at the same time. And, like, those didn't feel, like, particularly distinct to me in a lot of ways. There was, like, always one best option depending on the situation that you were in, and they didn't, like, fits very well narratively. But, like, in my ideal world, you're in a 4X, like, you're not necessarily, like, tied to historical civilizations, right? Like, historical civilizations are the byproduct of the geography in which they exist, the cultures that come before them, the people that they are in contact with, right? And, like, just being tied to these historical cultures are not... You know, it limits your design space, right? And I think Civ 7 has thankfully moved away slightly from that because of the era transitions, and humankind has moved away from that a little bit. But you're not really building a civilization, which is what I want. You are a civilization that has already existed, if that makes sense. Are you getting penalties from Second War with Confucius? No, I made a white peace with them. They're just very hostile to me at the moment. But they didn't, like, make any moves towards me, and they eventually accepted a white peace. Okay, so I can grow a town here. Actually, I should... yeah, I should buy some things here, I think. Probably a brickyard makes sense. Let's go up here. And then I can grow and grab that mine right there. Okay, choose production. Don't think I need any more military for the time being. Just mines and quarries, I don't have any. I don't have any fishing boats. Huh. Could go for a market. I was talking about Millennia. I think Aura has some different problems, but, like, that the level of micromanagement involved in Aura's supply chain was just, like, not fun for me. Millennia had the same problem, but it manifested in a different style of gameplay where you're managing the like, tiles on your map, whereas, like, Aura is somewhat similar, but also somewhat different. I don't really know how to describe it. I put Aura down pretty quickly after I first tried it. Aura's, like, first age was fun, and then I fell off really quickly after that one. Yeah, that's what I thought too, Lazuli, and I was hoping that the kind of cultures in Millennia would feel better to play, and that it would be less about, like, the supply chain management and more about, like, really feeling out these alternative kind of history scenarios and really building a distinctive culture. But it wound up just being, like, another supply chain game, which I didn't find very enjoyable. So I'm thinking I'm going to go for a market. So I'm going to plop it right there, I think. That'll get me another urban district. Okay, so let's go here. We're gonna move the spearmen and the commander here. And that way that spearman is giving that, I'm like relying on this so much for the Morian Civic. This one, I think right here, infantry and cavalry gain +3 combat strength when adjacent to each other. I've been relying on that so much in this particular war. It's been very handy for me. Gee, I suppose if I could probably take this. Maybe? Maybe not. That's okay. These guys are all healing. I'm going to bring these guys up as reinforcements. I don't really need these archers, and thankfully these guys, like, ignore defenses. Yeah, the Morian synergies have been quite enjoyable so far. I've quite enjoyed playing this, really. I mean, it's also my first time with Civ 7. Yeah. Lazuli, are you talking about Ara, or are you talking about Millennia? Again, I think a lot of the, like, criticisms of both games are actually quite similar, you know? I actually might need to retreat these units to heal up a little bit. Yeah, I'm a little worried about losing them if I make these attacks. No, they should be fine, actually. Let's do it. Okay, got another military milestone. I'm gonna move the spears right there, just so there's some adjacency for all these units. I'm gonna see if they will make peace with me. Like, oh, I'm not exactly sure how this works. So if I propose that peace, does that mean that I just retain all the stuff that I've conquered? Like, is this a white peace in the true sense that I just retain, like, current borders is it? I suppose I could, like, try to knock him out as well. I do feel like I'm in a position to do that. I'm gonna keep that one. I'm way over my settlement limit at the moment. Does citizenship give one extra settlement limit? I don't think it does. I could go for this afterwards as well, though. I think this gives me one settlement limit. Yeah, that would kind of help me out in that respect. I'll set up a promotion, so we can get the final promotion here. So I can get a commendation. So let me read these because I haven't looked at them yet. Second wind commander ability, so grant a land unit 1 extra attack and restores 2 movement points. Very good. Duty, gain the heroic assault ability, deal direct damage to a unit in the command radius that has the same domain as the commander. I'm not exactly sure what that means. +1 movement for land units in the command radius is very strong. +1 command range is very strong. Order +5 strength for land units within command radius. Also very good. I feel like my ideal is actually merit plus service. Those would be the two that I want the most. So I'm going to grab merit for the command range, and that allows him to basically support a larger army. Didn't play Millennia long enough to get a hand on it. Yeah, it was too easy also. Like, I got bored of it very quickly. The AI was not particularly competent. I think domain is land, sea, air. Okay, that makes sense. I know that is distinct in this iteration of Civ. Seafood and happiness. Put it in Roma town, I guess. And that guy is just idling for now. That guy is idling. And hopefully my elephants do not die here.
Perfection is achieved.
Okay, we got
Not when there is
engineering.
nothing more to add.
Do I want a specialist, or do I want another rural tile? We get another resource here. There's also the fish, which would count towards my resources as well. I think I probably get the plantation. Just, I guess, are they too far away or something to put it there? Kind of the sense that I'm getting. Alright, you can choose a tech. I'm thinking I go for mathematics so I can get the academy for extra science. And then we can start taking a look at some of these other, like, masteries and those sorts of things. Surplus influence. Ah, yeah, I forgot I have so much influence, really. I feel like... hey, I could incorporate them. Could form an alliance. I don't think I want to incorporate them. I have enough towns as is. Also, I'm realizing here... Let's turn that back in my favor. Oh, interesting. So I just noticed this as I was closing out. I look at here. Confucius is on this side as well. So can you support other people's war efforts? Because that's actually quite interesting. As you understand it, when you capture the city, it becomes yours with the effects that last for 15 turns. Okay, interesting. It's all familiar, but different at the same time, you know? Okay, we don't need to resolve this combat quickly. I'm happy to just sit here and let these units heal up a bit. Okay, we're gonna make a trade route there. Some more resources. I guess none of those can go there. Those resources can just hang out for now. Okay. And go here. Move a melee there for some extra combat strength. We'll attack that legion. Let me double check this here. Yeah, still need another wonder. I would really like to get the militarist legacy as well, and at least one science legacy, but I need more codices. Nothing much I can do to kill that guy, so I'm gonna head for this last town down here. Yeah, I was thinking the same thing, that that really opens up some possibilities for folks who are playing diplomatically to basically, you know, proxy war their opponents, right? Makes it quite interesting. Okay. I have some more production here. Should I go for another wonder, maybe? I don't feel like any of these wonders are particularly important for me, though. Blacksmith. And blacksmith could be good. I wouldn't say no to some extra production. Right here, maybe? Just because it gives a little extra science. Let's do that. Okay, well, there's nothing they can do there, so it doesn't matter. I'm going to assign the incense there. Oh, and I've unlocked the Ming for having 8 resources slotted in one settlement. I will be very curious to see all the options that I have available to me for the next era. Whenever it is that we get there. Okay, there seems to be an archer up there. So we're just going to make sure that is dealt with. Pull all these units down here. This guy needs to heal a little bit, so you can stick around. This guy's just going to block. I don't think I need more than one elephant to deal with a Kia here. We can do some more stuff. Amphitheater would honestly not be a bad option. Yeah, the Golden Ages do actually feel like they might be a little bit challenging to achieve. Like, I could see this actually being a problem for me on higher difficulties, you know? I'm actually going to go for the blacksmith. Put it right there, I think. Just in the center. This photo of Harriet Tubman, because she approves of me, is hilarious. Oh, now she no longer approves. She's just neutral. Alright. Should not have messed with me, Rome. I guess we'll need to move one forward there. Yeah, she definitely didn't like my comment, that's for sure. Uh-oh. I found their legion there. Nope, I want to destroy you, thank you.
The elders gave
Oh, okay, I've unlocked another wonder. Let's take a look at our policies. 50% production towards culture buildings. 25% food in towns. Am I building culture buildings? I probably will be. That actually seems like it might be worth it, I think. Because that's building a blacksmith, and I was planning to build an amphitheater. I guess, amphitheater's not... Is it a culture building? I assume it is because of its output. Let me come back to that. I'm going to go for this one right here, this last of these civics, just because it gives me that extra settlement limit and gets me access to a wonder that I'm interested in. Be careful with city cap. Yeah. Thankfully, I have like pretty good happiness across my cities because of the culture that I'm playing. So I feel like once I take this one, I am probably done taking cities for the time being. I'm going to relocate these guys just so my archer is safe. And then there's the policies. Towards constructing culture buildings. Okay, I'm going to take out tool making. I'm going to get that in there. And that looks good. And I feel like, okay, on happiness for now, everyone seems to be reasonably happy. So I'm not going to slot any of those policies in. Oh, hilarious. The Legion here just got damaged by a flood, it seems. I have town specialization available. I should maybe buy some stuff here. I can repair the fishing key. Let's do that. Repair the fishing boat. Let's do that. The AI, or not AI, UI needs to be updated on these because they're not removing the repair thing when there's nothing left to repair. Anything I want to buy here? Or over here? Oh, it's got some more turns on that still. That's still working. Could buy an altar. Unfortunately, they got the elephants there. I was too slow to get to that. There's elephants up here that I could grab. But that's a later project. Maybe I can get out to the horses. Go right there. That'll get me a little bit of extra influence as well from that altar. Okay, so we can start pushing in to the city. Oh, man. These elephants are really strong. Okay. And we got the Silk Roads milestone. That's number 2. So that gives me another economic legacy point. Oh, we're one away from military. So we will need to settle... yeah, we'll need to settle a place, right? To get that last one. Or I guess we could take one over. But it would be really nice to get that. Get out of here, Friedrich. Okay, we're in the age transition. Leader defeat. Okay. Accept. We could raise it. I don't see a reason to, because my happiness is so high. So I'm just going to keep. These cities are struggling a little bit with happiness at the moment, but my core places are fine. Uh-oh. You have the crisis now. Okay, so we're going to have to act fast to get the rest of the slots. I can't do that one. Alright. -1 settle cap. -6 happiness in settlements with unfilled resource slots. That's almost none of them, so I think that's fine. -6 happiness in settlements you did not found. I don't think I can afford the -1 settlement cap, so I'm just going to take that one. I like the system, but I'm curious how powerful these bonuses are going to be. I can imagine it snowballing pretty quickly. Which bonuses are you referring to specifically? Also, as a side note, this is interesting because the way this age transition works now, it discourages you actually from knocking out a player because it increases the age progress. Might actually, I would really like to get, 12 turns, what? I guess it probably increases cost, if, what's the word I'm looking for? Increases cost when you have multiple settlements. I could, like, maybe incorporate one of these. And that would get me what I need for the progress on the military. Oh, the path bonuses. Yeah, we'll take a look at them once we actually transition eras here. Everyone's good to just hang out. Okay. So... do I want to build another wonder? Get +6 influence. It's pretty good. Could also build Petra, which is historically very good in Civ games. I am also working on this last civic thing here, which I would really like to get. Let's actually get the amphitheater, because I am waiting on this one. Or I have the policy slotted to improve the time it takes to build this. I think I'll put that next to the altar. Trade opportunity. Okay. Yeah, how much? I need quite a few more resources for that. This one's interesting because it's actually like... This economic path is actually kind of expansionist as well, because you need to have enough cities to slot this stuff into. And yeah, at the moment, I definitely could not afford another city. Interesting that when you take these over, they all become towns by default, right? Even though Roma was a city. I am good with them all idling for now. Basically hitting end turn at the moment. I do not intend to fight another war because I would like time to complete some of these objectives if I can, particularly the military, because I'm so close to that. And I think I can probably do that by integrating one of these. I suppose, what's the... How do I check the... Nope, that's not it. The suzerain trait. Yeah, I'm not really sure how to. How do I feel about the new Great General system? Much better. I didn't like the level of micromanagement in previous Civ games on units. I'm quite enjoying the new generals, or army commanders, as they're now called. So I'm kind of torn right now. This one is like less useful to me at this point, so I kind of want to integrate that. But like this terrain isn't very good, so I'm kind of considering just integrating here. So I think I'm going to do that. It takes 10 turns, but that'll get me my last military thing, I think. I have a town rebel. Oh yeah, I missed that. Thanks for calling that out. Where did my army commander go? This one is also rebelling. I will probably need to slot in a different civic at some point to improve happiness. Alternatively, I could maybe buy an altar or something. Suppose some of this stuff actually gives happiness. What about this one here? This one is taking longer, though, so I think that's fine. Actually, they only need to be in the command radius, so I can just, like, leave them right there. Okay. And let's grab the amphitheater. Probably right here. 4 ultra and 1 science feels okay to me. I should also maybe be looking at some codices, because I don't have any like science progress right now. So mathematics is coming up, but then like some of the masteries have codices. Okay, that's fine. This one's fine. Everything's fine. Okay. Do I want an altar here? It's kind of expensive, but maybe worth it. I think this spot seems okay. That'll just improve the happiness there. Just hoping that action finishes in time. And here... That's probably a fishing boat. Highs would actually be good too. That's another resource. Okay. Yeah, this feels like a pretty competent city at this point, you know? Like, I'm not itching to build any of these at this point. Why is there a minus 22 happiness? Which one? Or I'm not sure where you're looking necessarily. Rome. Ravenna is minus 16. I think it's like a lot of it has to do with the crisis slots. There are a couple negative happiness modifiers. I'm gonna guess that's most of it. Suppose I could go for a fishing key because I will build some of this kind of stuff later. And that's just like a one-turn build. And maybe I try for this. This Aying Palace. Is this 2 more turns till I unlock the wonder that I'm interested in? 25 production here. But I get improved production. Okay, let's go for the palace. I'm just going to give it a shot and see if I can complete it before the age ends. I'm going to do minus 6 happiness in cities because I only have 2 cities at the moment. And they're both pretty good on happiness for the time being. Yeah, Akia. Yeah, I just conquered it, so I think it gets negative happiness because of unrest, but also because of the crisis slots. All right. Okay, they're considering revolts, so I think if I move my commander down there now, they just need to be in the area of effects of the radius or whatever. I think it should be fine. I just need it to survive until the end of the era. Okay.
Test a servant.
Okay, you can change policies. Those aren't going to help me in the areas that I'm having negative happiness. So I think I'm just going to keep it all as is for now. Ooh, militarist or scientific attribute point. Let me take a look at where those go. Oh, attributes right here. So militarist, right, I already have a point in. And ignore happiness penalty for unrest and capture settlements. Extra production towards military units. Extra settlement limit, that's pretty good. And the other one was scientific, which I already have one. Extra production towards constructing buildings is pretty good. Towards researching tech masteries. Actually, I might be interested in that, actually. I'm going to go for scientific, because I actually am going to grab this extra science towards such tech masteries, so I can try to get a bunch of codices at the end of the game here, or the end of the era. 5 square kilometers of palace. That's wild. Where is Weiying Palace? I assume it's in China somewhere, based on the name. That gets me a codex. Settlement limit here, so we need that. Don't know why that plantation keeps breaking.
There is geometry.
Okay,
in
got
the
a
hum
tech,
of strings.
got the academy, pyramid of the sun, and we can choose a technology. I'm gonna go for this one for the extra science on science buildings and a codex. Okay, let's choose production. You have an academy. I think I'm going to do. Let's go for this spot here, maybe. So, I wouldn't mind expanding out in this direction. But, yeah, I think over here, just the base heal makes the most sense. Hold on. Ah, I see. Interesting. Where, like, geographically is that? Also, why does this keep getting pillaged? I'm not sure why that's happening. Okay, you have another celebration. I guess just go for the food again. I'm not really building that much in the way of buildings. +1 science for every 5 surplus happiness in cities. I guess that'll make sense. Town specialization. Okay, just repair that plantation again, I guess. I guess I have a permanent 24 gold per turn tax right now. Just weird. And just keep putting that silk back in there. Okay, I guess they're unhappy, and that's why. So there's a codex and some extra science. I'll just accept. I don't really need that much food, I don't think. And then as far as attack... What masteries? That gets codex. Military training unlocks unit flanking. Is this something, if I like don't research it, I will never get flanking in the game? That's kind of what I'm worried about. I think I'm gonna start on that just in case. Just keep preparing that. I guess maybe it's whatever. I'll whoa, accidentally clicked out of the game somehow. Okay, we got the milestone. I guess I finally incorporated that last town. So that is all 3 on militarists. So I will be getting a golden age there. Oh, I lost progress on Silk Roads actually. But maybe I can get it back again down here. We will see, I suppose. We have a narrative choice. Okay, yeah. Alright, any other horses here? So maybe, we grow in that direction. Grab some fishing boats, maybe. Just to keep growing. Diplomatic action. I'll support that. I would like some extra science per turn, thank you. And crisis slot. -10 happiness and capital. I'm fine with that. And I think I also have positive happiness. Oh, I'm at -3, actually. I think I should be okay, though. And over here, they're working on the academy, but I'm actually going to have them work on the Sanchi Stupa, however that is said colloquially. There's a positive side of not having a research queue at game release. You get more engaged with technology and read it more. When I started with Humankind, I sometimes missed understanding of text. Yeah, I can definitely understand where you're coming from with that. I will say, for me personally, that hasn't had much impact, simply because I tend to queue one tech at a time anyway. But it is like, when the UI doesn't clearly display technology requirements, clicking on a tech is what I might do to understand like what techs I need to actually research a different tech. So in that respect, it was a problem for me. But I also see where you're coming from as well. Happiness is slowly turning into an issue. Not sure. I do have the economic for now. Would like at least the science and one cultural, if I can. I'm curious if it's, like, even possible, really, to... what's the word I'm looking for? If it's even possible to, like, achieve a golden age in all of them. It doesn't seem like it is. Go for that farm there, maybe. Okay. Just keep repairing. Suppose you could get a granary here? Yeah, maybe that spot. A little extra happiness doesn't hurt. Resource assignments. Seems like we're all good there. Town specialization. Oh, there's actually one that increases happiness. Let's do that. And hope that helps stabilize a little bit. And same thing down here. Nope, not an option yet. And you can get all Golden Ages by conquering. You get settlements, wonders, resources, and codices. Yeah, maybe. You'd have to be quite efficient in conquering. Yeah, okay. I know that resource assignment is available. But really, I'd just like to get these wonders out before the era ends. The settlement limit, so that's going to help. And I can also get +2 happiness in all settlements. So let's take out that +2 food, put in the +2 happiness in all settlements. And hopefully that'll help chill out the rebellions a little bit. Struggling with this one down here. Ravina's stable now. Akia is, like, just barely below the threshold. Though, actually, it looks like repairing that has fixed it. So I'm in a pretty good spot as far as happiness. And let's grab a mine just so we produce stuff a little faster. Get a civic. And my civic progress is very poor. And I'm not sure if if I don't research literacy, for instance, do I just permanently lose access to the literature policy for the rest of the game? Right? That's not clear to me. Colossus, unlikely to get that. This one gives me a codex. I think let's go for literacy. I think I'm all good there. Okay, can grow a city. Actually, I think I do want, like, some food, maybe. Let me check on growth time here. 27 turns. Feels like a long time to me. I think rather than a specialist, unless I have a really good specialist option, I think I'm going to grab a little bit more farm up there. A gnarly nap. Yeah. You said you're going to be right back and take some calls. Well, welcome back. I kind of want to grab that iron. Let's grab that spot there. Then we have a town specialization available. We can just keep growing there, really. I mean, I don't really know when a good time is to change some of these things out.
The truly brave never boast.
So we have unit flanking. And I don't know if I care about ironworking. Oh, future tech gives you 1 wildcard attribute point. And a boost for starting tech in the next age, but it also adds to age progress, which I don't think I want. So let's, like, get some codices. And I'm hoping that finishing this, finishing this wonder up here this turn doesn't end the age. Because I'm still working on another wonder as well that I would prefer not to lose. Okay, so got 1 progress there. Boast on science.
Heaven is lasting. Earth endures. Time has no limit. Regret goes on and on without end.
Cool model. And it's not done yet, but... yeah, I really like that. You've already told me that I have that, so thank you, tutorial. 6 influence there, pretty nice. Yeah, like, look how much different this looks compared to cities in Civ 6. Like, this feels so much better. Like, Civ 6 development patterns were just horrible, and they didn't look like real cities. Okay. Let's choose production here. We could go for Academy. Don't know if it's worth it. My consideration here is that I will lose the Academy next era anyway. So, I guess maybe walls, right? Just in case, because I should presumably still have that at the start of the next era. And I have 2 turns for this wonder here. Okay, I've got science progress, got a codex. Yeah, so I'm like feeling pretty good about my current position. Let's take a look at tech here. So I could start on ironworking into future tech and just like start researching that. Because I don't think I'm going to get any more than... that's not what I'm looking for. I'm not going to get any more than 1 scientific legacy point, I think. So getting some wildcard slots for the next era, I think, could be pretty helpful. So let's try for that.
All religions should reside everywhere.
And 1 more wonder.
For all of them desire self-control and
Take a look what this looks like. Yeah, again, cool wonder. Also, nice little effect on that. Take a little close look here. Yeah. Alright, and any other ageless items that I want to build? Probably not. I could try for another wonder if I wanted. Let me take a look at era progress here. It's not clear to me... I'm sure they said something in the tutorial. It's not clear to me how the age progress meter actually goes. Is it like as people get legacy points? Is it just like turn-based? It's a little difficult to track. I could try to get 1 more wonder, though. So you call trunk quarters in this settlement. Would be nice. So happiness also would be nice. Though that would also be best in this city here. I think I'm gonna try it. And maybe I can, like, purchase a barracks here. Yeah, so if I do that, it'll get me the Coliseum quite a bit faster because I'm increasing my production. Okay. Bath, brickyard. Sure, research. Maybe just some more walls here for now. Researching future tech really adds to age progress. Okay. Yeah, I saw that. Mix of turn-based plus people getting milestone plus future tech and civic being researched. Got it. So I want to position myself to be like researching this as the era is ending, basically. Stop revolting. Actually, I didn't realize how much damage had been done here. Suppose they're in a weird spot. They have negative happiness, unlike everyone else. Let's do war support. Do happiness per age in all settlements. Where's this? Let's do... Ooh, this is actually a hard choice. Let's do war support for as you declare. Let's do happiness. I'm actually going to go for the war support. They haven't seemed to have risen up against me at all. No, so I'm at... This is like a global happiness, but global happiness doesn't actually... It only seems to matter towards celebrations. And then there's also local happiness. So this is kind of like Civ 5 in that respect. So this local happiness is -7. So that's why they're rebelling. Because of all the crisis policies, right? So just get everyone walled up there, just in case. Settlement control. Sure, I'll let them join me. Okay, 15% gold is not bad. Do happiness to capital plus for happiness to any other city. Can I think there... Nope. Any of these work? Nope. Okay. 15% gold would be really good if I had a city that actually generated a substantial amount of gold. Maybe I can get in there, actually. Nope. Okay. Guess I'm stuck on my current list. They're also low on happiness. Anything I can do about that? Not really. Also the... Oh! They've, like, legit rebelled now. Huh. Interesting that it, like, takes a... seems to take time for this to actually occur. It says it rebelled, and then it didn't actually go until the next turn, you know? Yeah, managing this many cities is little challenging when it comes to this particular crisis. I don't think there's any reason to go after this. It's not like a particularly well-developed one. I just need to maintain Nekeb so that that's what I'm looking for. I don't think it's worth it just for the happiness there. I need to maintain Nekeb just for the militarist thing. Militarist legacy power.
God with such splendid irony.
+3 happiness per turn for both leaders. I'll take it. Keep preparing that. Just also, I can't grab the altar anymore. I'll buy the altar next turn. Yep, that's exactly what happened, Arcalis. Seems city resources can only apply to city. Oh, I didn't realize there was a distinction between city and town resources. Did not notice that. For Watts, commerce, also in resource capacity in all cities. I mean, yeah, just go into skilled trade and commerce, I guess. Actually, this mastery here, that's a policy though. I don't care about that. Do skill trades. You can literally reinvent the wheel, yes. Wondering, and should I don't think a villa is worth it. Like, a lot of these are gonna go away at the end of the age. Maybe I just like work on an army commander so I have that available. I think I'd do that. Yeah, nothing I can really do with those resources at the moment. I'm hoping this town up here does not rebel. Age of Antiquity comes to an end, or is coming to an end. Well, let's repair this stuff up. We get an altar, that's gonna go away. Let's take a look at my progress here. 1 culture, 3 military, 1 science, 2 economic. Not bad. I don't think I'll be finishing the wonder that I was working on here, which is a bummer. Age ending, etc. Commanders will persist in the next age. Some units will remain and upgrade to exploration counterparts. Alright. Keep doing that. Resource, yep, I know they're available. And units, you can idle. And let's go to the next turn. Unclear to me exactly what I'm going to transition. I'm assuming at the end of the turn here. So turn 130.
Mauria's power expanded with its ambition, subsuming those within. The Empire prospered. So did they.
Okay, fun little cinematic there, I suppose. Okay. So. Get some attribute points. I get +2 settlement limits. Presumably. So I have gold for every trade out in antiquity. Infantry unit. I suppose I'll probably like choose among these. Whole bunch of XP for stuff. I mean, I don't know what all this stuff means really, or if it's like valuable at all. So let's transition to the next stage. Okay. So I have a few options available. They're legacy options, got it. So let's just take a look at everything that I have. So I have Chola, Majapahit, Ming, Shawnee, and Songhai. And then the other ones I have not met the criteria for. So let's just take a look at them one by one, since I don't really know them very well. So Chola, +1 trade route from the improved trade relations action. Then you have unique naval units, naval commander units. Unique quarter, which gives +5 land trade route range and +15 naval trade route range. Buildings that give +4 happiness, +1 gold adjacency for quarters and wonders, +1 happiness adjacency for gold buildings and wonders. And then one that gives even more gold and some production towards naval units. Pretty good for the exploration era, from what I understand. The having options to build naval units. Majapahit. Also, you set capital receive +1 specialist limits. After the exploration age, specialist limits increase goes away. The specialists become inactive until you increase the limits. Okay. +30% production towards Borobudur. You get a looks like a siege unit of some kind. Oh no, it's a naval unit. Okay. Also, a combat strength against naval units can pillage within 2 tiles for 1 movement. Then a unique missionary unit that has spread religion action, receives 25 culture and gold when you convert a settlement for the first time. Unique quarter. Receive 1 relic when completed. Oh, there are arrows at the bottom. Yep, you're right. I didn't notice them. And then the Meru, +5 happiness, +1 happiness adjacency for mountains and wonders, +2 happiness on natural wonders. And then the Kandi Bentar, +5 culture, +1 culture adjacency for coastal terrain, navigable rivers, and wonders. Okay. The Ming, +50% science in capital and -15 flat science per turn for each social policy, but not tradition slotted. And then kind of more limited on the unique units and buildings. So one that has +4 combat strength in featureless tiles with a ranged attack. The Mandarin, unique merchant. +100 gold when using the create a road action. And then the Ming Great Wall, +5 culture, +1 gold adjacency for fortification buildings. Yeah, this one like doesn't seem a great like a great fit for me. And then the Shawnee. Settlements built adjacent to navigable rivers, gain +2 food on river train, but cities not built adjacent to navigable rivers. I don't have a lot of navigable rivers, really, in my core territory, so this one already doesn't seem like a good option for me. And then Songhai, +2 resource capacity in cities on navigable rivers, and your trade ships cannot be plundered on navigable rivers. Okay. Team of Askia, gold, bongles, infantry. Unique unit, +5 combat strength on resource tiles, +100% gold from pillaging trade routes. Unique merchant. Okay. And then the Caravanserai, +5 gold, +1 gold adjacency for navigable rivers, etc. Okay. A lot of navigable rivers kind of stuff. So those are my options. Definitely feels like the Chola or Majapahits are the best options for me here. I don't know what I'm leaning towards, actually. I think both of these could work. So I'm thinking, like, the Chola seem better in terms of the kind of gold outputs that I would get. Because I think I have better adjacency there, but the missionary that gets gold, as well as the... I think there was effects where you get, like, relics or something in here, right? Yeah, receive 1 relic when you complete the unique quarter. Feels like it could be valuable. Alright, by popular demand, I think we're... Majapahit sounds good. Yeah, I mean, I think both of these work with the bonuses I already have, right? Like, the extra happiness is really what stacks with what I currently have, and the Meru gives, like, just as much happiness as the Chola option. And the rest are a little bit more disconnected from that. So I feel okay with Majapahit here. So let's do it by popular demand. And while this is loading, I'm actually going to grab a beer, so I will be right back while you watch the loading screen.
The Majapahit shall answer, and by wisdom, power, and grace, the fields will sing their name.
And I came back just in time. Perfect timing. Alright. Exploration Age brings many new opportunities. Explore the great oceans in search of distant lands. Naval units can heal in coastal waters. Establish settlements on distant lands. New civilizations, etc. Embrace religion by building a temple. Okay. Let's begin. Building your legacy. Sure. I don't. Whatever. Like, none of that matters. So let's choose legacies. Come on. Alright. Welcome to the Exploration Age. Alright. So, settlement limit feels like an obvious one, right? Infantry unit every settlement you conquer last age, so you get 5 units. Could be pretty strong. Fund production for every 5 excess happiness in settlements you conquer. Okay. Diplo or cultural points. The goal, economic attribute. Okay. Okay. So, I'm thinking cultural attribute, economic attribute, scientific attribute, no real options on those. I suppose I have a wild card as well. So I could take like one of these that are 2. The Pax Imperatoria could be interesting, right? Like that would give me a lot of units to start the era with. I think I might try that, and then I can get the just 2 economic attribute points. Alright, let's do it. So I am at 8 out of 10 on my settlements. Did this lose city status? It did. Okay. Well, we are going to convert that to a city again. Because we would like to have more than one functional city. And we have a bazaar. Curious, yeah, so I'll like a lot of these have degraded from the last era, right? Yeah, so there was the barracks and the markets, which I don't think are actually functional anymore. But it's not necessarily obvious which ones are functional or not. All cities but the capital become towns again. Okay, good to know. Yeah, so like they still provide some benefit, but it doesn't seem like it's as good as it was before, right? That's kind of the sense that I'm getting. So we'll put that there. Resource assignments. Okay, let's get the camel back in here. And some different effects now as well from the resources. So we have the extra production on homeland cities versus production on distant land cities, for instance. Let's get the culture in the capital. Yeah, I suppose like the percentage modifiers are going to be most valuable here. Take that one out, I think. Let's just do something like that. Production towards missionaries and temples? Sure. Oh, man. That's a lot of production towards missionaries and temples. And then just kind of distribute these wherever. It doesn't matter so much. I suppose that city will need some stuff. Those are city only. Okay. They're a degraded symbol or something for districts? Yeah, that's what I was trying to find, and it doesn't really seem like there is. So not obvious to me how that's supposed to work. Okay, so I think the first thing we're actually going to want is cartography so that we can explore out into the ocean. We also seem to have gotten a free unit here. Don't think I had that unit before. My archer's there, swordsman. Okay. We are going to add you to the army here. This guy apparently cannot be added to the army. I think I perhaps should go after Confucius. We're not exactly on good terms. I also have these attributes, so let's make sure I grab these. Let's get the extra culture there. Get the baseline here. And 2 gold per age for every active trade route, or 2 gold for every tech and civic mastery completed in an age. It looks like it is just the embarkation, yeah. That I was kind of confused about that for a second. I thought it was its own unit, but... This resource capacity in cities feels good. +1 gold on resources in towns, or +2 in towns and distant lands. I haven't been using a lot of trade routes, though, is my consideration. But I also, like, there's... It's gonna take, what's the word? It's gonna take a while to get masteries as well. Yeah, let's go for the trade route. You have a scientific. Maybe +1 science on each quarter. There's also this one, which could be pretty good. But I'm thinking the science on each quarter is going to be the most helpful for me. Okay, let's view the tree here. Take a look at the unique civics. Okay, some culture and happiness options. There are also mastery options. Okay. And so this is just like the unique stuff. So culture and happiness there. And then here we've got policy. Culture, adjacency for coast for exploration age buildings. Or culture on quarters, extra settlement limit. Okay. Nothing like super exciting for me at the moment. To go for economics or piety. Probably go for piety for the relics, right? Because I have some benefits with the relics and probably want to stack those up. I don't exactly know how that benefits me yet, but we shall find out. Oh, interesting. So my current policies are only the ones that have carried over from my culture from the last era. So I guess we'll go for the +1 gold and +1 science for extra happiness. And we can choose production up here. Czar, maybe? Oh, I don't have a stonecutter here? Build over the library. Probably build over the blacksmith, really. Yeah, that one's a little better. Yeah, let's do that. A courser. Okay. Also, the thing I should consider building up here... I guess this is... No, this isn't the embarkation. This is its own unit when I build it in here. Maybe I should build one of those. Suppose I'm gonna relocate this army commander over this way. These guys can all hang out in these towns. These heavy archers don't need to be there, though. Oh, that's quite the path you're trying to take there, my friends. Yeah, this courser doesn't need to be here. Yeah, I have a pretty big army now. This, in retrospect, maybe this wasn't the best choice. I guess I don't know what it's going to look like once I get over to the like, new world or whatever it is that they call it in this. I'm actually going to prefer the extra gold in this case. And I'm also considering about converting Roma into a city so I can have like 3 fairly productive cities. If you have enough happiness being over city, then it isn't much of a problem. Yeah. That's kind of what I'm thinking as well. And I think we're gonna convert Roma to a city. Okay. Probably could have bought one of these beforehand, but I didn't want to spend the gold. Farm, woodcutter, woodcutter, woodcutter. Yeah, I think I need to put a woodcutter in here. Or a sawpit, I guess it is. That'll increase kind of the value of some of these other things here. We can build it right there, I think it's fine. Extra happiness sounds good. Use governments. About the food. Production towards training cavalry and naval units. Pretty good. 30% production towards overbuilding. That feels a little too niche. %40 production towards civilian and support units and 20% culture. I'm just going to stick with the extra food. And then Rome can actually support some stuff now. Really go for the extra production there. Okay. Fortify. Let's prepare these guys to actually explore the ocean. And yeah, I see if I can buy those settlers. Doesn't seem like I can in units. I wonder if there was like a specific civilization that allowed you to do that. But yeah, you're right. I should probably queue up some settlers for production here. Well, add it in after that. One's good to remain. Okay. Not sure why the symbol on this heavy archer is so mucked up. It looks like there's 2 of them there, but there is not. Also not sure how much of my army I should plan to move over to the new lands, or whatever they're called. Oh, there is a new independence there. I don't have enough for them at the moment. I'll need to keep my eye on them, though. Okay, keep moving that courser. Yep, everyone just keep moving to your assigned positions. Okay, 3 turns for cartography, and then I can run out into the ocean and start exploring stuff. Those it would be ideal to like be able to send one the other direction as well. Though I can't. My purchasing ability is very limited in this city for some reason, and it's not clear why that is. Like I can't buy any of the units. Can I purchase anything here? Yeah, it's just the scout for some reason. Okay, a celebration. Cavalry and naval units or food? I think food. I'm not going to be building too many naval units quite yet, I don't think. Happiness on military or science? I guess science. It's kind of funny how, like, this reset at the era, you lose all the slots. It is, like, it's a very different way of approaching the game compared to how they've done it in the past. Play pits. Actually, that's a pretty good tile right there. Let's go for that one. And up here. It's going to take a while. I need to get this city up and running a little bit. Is this one worth it? How much is there in terms of farms? Doesn't feel like there's very much, so maybe we just go straight for the bazaar. I think I'd just plop it in there. You know, town specialization. Infos for settlements connected to this town. Food production. Still go for the food. Yeah, be good. And I can actually buy units there now? I'm very confused about the constraints on what units that you can buy. And we're just going to keep all those units kind of on the front line there. I could also maybe consider getting a merchant to send down to Harriet Tubman to get some of their resources.
Was a model for rather than a model of.
We can we can enter Deep Ocean now, so let's get these guys going. And as far as tech, observatory would be nice for more science. Guilds, culturing gold, basically. Machinery, food, and production. What's shipbuilding? This, okay, this is interesting. This is supposed to unlock my naval units, my unique naval unit, it seems like. But I can already build it, so I'm a little confused about why that is there. Yeah, definitely, totally agree, Bruno. The if like there was some more color coding here, this would make the tree a lot easier to navigate. Right now, I have to like hover over everything to have any idea about what's going on. There's settlement limit here, which is probably going to be useful. Don't know if castles is really what I need. That doesn't like seem right to me. And probably astronomy. That unlocks the fleet commander as well. So yeah, I think that makes sense. All right. Funny, I actually did not play very much of Endless Space. I've played a few games of it, but for some reason I couldn't get into it. Not sure why.
I take refuge in the Buddha.
So you can get the temple now.
In the Dharma. I take refuge in the Sangha.
Let's see. 20% protection towards overbuilding. Probably more useful right now than this science, happiness and science buildings. So let's do that, because I am doing some overbuilding at the moment. And let's take a look at our tree here. Production towards wonders. Could look at the civics as well. Happiness and culture. Actually, getting culture going is probably a good idea. I feel like I'm good on happiness, but culture is going to be helpful. Yeah, Endless Space, I feel like it really melted my brain. I'm going to grab that culture to reduce that a little bit. Okay, so there's a treasure fleet resource. So let me double check how this works. Gain 30 treasure fleet points from returning distant land treasures. Okay. Display 12 relics. Okay. Gain 12 points from settlements in distant lands. 1 point for each settlement, doubled if it is a conquered settlement or follows your religion, quadrupled if both apply. Okay. And have 5 districts that are not city center with 40 yield each. Okay, that could be challenging. 40 yield feels like a lot, considering the yield scaling that I've seen up to this point in the game. Yeah, I agree. Brain melting is usually not great. I think it depends on the game to a certain extent, right? But yeah, like there's something about Endless Space 2 that required such a tremendous amount of attention for me. Same thing for the original Endless Space, really. That it was hard to like maintain playing for any extended period of time. Let's see. So I'll send a settler up here once it's out. And try hoarding gold and see if that's the case about units not showing up for purchase. Yeah, I do have a decent amount right now. Yeah, I could purchase an army commander for 1,000. Oh, there's the settler right there. So that's 700. So I could purchase a settler. Which I think I am probably about to do. Oh, I could grab a... What's it called there? Coastal Edifice. Don't... Well, do I really need to purchase it? I actually might prefer a temple. And then just produce another settler. Because I don't have like a destination for a settler yet. I guess maybe another one down there. Okay, yeah, let's just do the settler. Fuck it. And then the temple. Yeah, if I put it right here, an extra culture and science is not bad. And I'm actually going to prioritize the temple over the bazaar. We'll grow this town here. Not hard to reach 40 yield with your happiness just by placing on specialists. Okay. Oh, there's a checkbox for showing hidden. Okay, I'll take a look at that in a second here. This is still a town. What's this? Did I specialize this at all? I did not. Just, do the production, I think. And then, we'll grow... Be right there for some happiness buffer. Okay, and I have met Isabella. Just gonna do a neutral greeting. I also have a lot of influence right now. I should... Where are they? There's one down there. Did the other one get eliminated already? That's kind of annoying. But let's befriend these guys. Hopefully they do not just get pillaged. Oh, he doesn't want to move. I guess I moved him already this turn. So painful that these units only move one tile across the open ocean. It feels very similar to early ages of humankind in that regard. Don't want to take 50 damage. I'll take the 100 science. I'll finish astronomy. I'll take it. Yeah, I'll have to add some influence there, or add some support there. I want to win that particular battle. And probably, I mean, settlement limit could be good here with feudalism. The inn, food and happiness isn't terrible. It's hard to evaluate like what I want. I guess the +1 food on farms, pastures, and plantations is good. I should grab that. I think that'll benefit my cities quite a bit. Okay, let me check this city. Is there... Oh, view hidden. Okay, awesome. I see. That really expands things, though. So I don't think I would keep this on unless there were something in particular that I am looking for. Also, there seems to be multiple iterations of the emblematic unit for the Majapahit. Can I not go onto the ocean? Is it, like, do they have to be in a commander to do that? Seems a little weird. Let's see. Oh, no treasure fleet items. But we at least have one treasure fleet's resource here. There's a niter resource. Yeah, I want niter. Don't quite know what it does yet, but I definitely want niter. Okay, we want that iron as well. So we're at 2 iron. We have a wine, we have silver, furs. Decent variety of resources. And, okay, Nakab. We're probably going to go fishing town on this as well, just for, like, the insane growth. And just keep stacking up the fishing locations. Is there a special tech to allow embarked units to enter ocean? Yeah, so... Okay, I'm about to found religion, so let me answer this question first. So it seems like there's 2 techs. So the first is cartography. All civilian and support units may enter deep ocean. And then I think shipbuilding, all units ignore movement penalties from deep ocean terrain. So I think those are like the 2. Oops. So let's create religion. Okay, they don't have like my old go-to symbol. And so what is going to be my go-to now? I used to pick the turtle in Civ 6. Maybe the crab. And I am always going to call this Uberism. I apparently cannot confirm, though. Okay, there you go. Excuse me. So we have 2 beliefs that we can add. So you have a reliquary belief and a founder belief. Yeah, I'm a fan of the crab. Okay, so this is like all ways in which you get relics. First time conversion of a city-state. I think I'm going to rule that out. There's not much in terms of city-states. First time conversion of another civilization's capital. First time conversion of another civilization settlement with temple or altar. Okay. Let's see religion for first time conversion of another civilization settlement with a wonder from any age. In distant lands that is not a city-state. Okay. Settlements producing treasure fleets. 10 rural population or 10 urban population. Ooh. You don't need to research shipbuilding to settle in distant lands, actually, because the first tech allows civilian units to travel across the ocean. So I have a settler that's actually in the ocean right now, so it's available from the first tech of the era. Whereas, like, individual military units will not be able to disembark. I'm not really sure what to pick for this. With a wonder, maybe? I don't know how many wonders have actually been built. The temple or altar. I feel like everyone should get temples or altars, right? I could go for capitals, but I've already like wiped out a capital on my own continent. Pick one with wonders. That's kind of what I was thinking, because I feel like they've all built wonders in their capitals. Or in their cities. Yeah, that's kind of what I was leaning towards as well. Yeah, I think I'm going to go for apostolism. And then founder beliefs. +4 science for every foreign settlements following your religion. A culture gold and science for every tile that has a natural wonder in other civilization settlements following your religion. That is very specific. +4 gold, culture gold and science for every wonder in other civilization settlements following your religion. Okay, so that could like combine with apostolism, kind of. +4 gold for every foreign settlement following your religion. 4 culture for the same. Just science for every tropical tile and other civilizations. 2 culture for every tundra tile. 2 gold for every desert tile. For happiness for every foreign settlement. 1 happiness for every marine tile. Yeah, these are funny beliefs. These are much less powerful than some of the previous iterations of religion in Civ 6 or Civ 5. I'm leaning towards the this one right here for every wonder, since we've kind of committed to that with the reliquary beliefs as well. So I'm just going to go ahead and do that. Traditions must be preserved, or I can get a relic. Let's get a relic, because I don't really know exactly what they do. I get +2 culture and +2 happiness, but it does, like, progress me down the culture tree, right? Yeah. So this is display 12 relics in your empire is the task there. Alright. And I get a cultural attribute point. Build 3 temples. I think it's highly likely that I build 3 temples, so I'm good to get, I'm good to take that one. Okay. Yeah, it does seem like religion is largely focused in the exploration era and isn't meant to be like a long-term thing. I know they were pretty deliberate about it kind of tapering off in the modern. And yeah, we did use the legacy points, Bruno. And then on this cultural option here, I think both of these could potentially be interesting. Extra production towards wonders, though I do think the civic masteries will be worth it, especially since the culture that I picked has masteries that are available that are specific to the culture, and my culture output isn't like amazing. I'm gonna go with the extra culture towards masteries. Actually, how do I look at the things that I chose? Because I know I have the attributes, right, which I'm checking right here. But is there any way to check what legacy options that you chose? Doesn't seem like it. But let me do this here. Oh, what happened to my tile yields? Turn those back on. Do we want to change the focus on this? I think it's fine to keep it growing. Okay, they can heal. So I'm trying to, like, a lot of them were, what's the word? Basically, a lot of them just granted the attribute points for various paths. There was one that gave me some extra units at the start of the era. There was one that gave me +2 town limits. I'm trying to remember if there were anything else. Nothing else is really coming to mind immediately. Let's go all in on the production here. Okay, so we have 3 settlers and nothing to do with 2 of them, so I think we're fine to produce some other things for the time being. I'm thinking about a temple. I think that'll be fine. Let's choose our celebration. I'm good with the extra food. And you can do the happiness on science buildings for now. So as you can see here, right, like someone was asking about this earlier, I can't move my individual military units across open oceans, but I can move my army commander, which is interesting.
A vapor like an oven's fire
There
boiled up for days from the depths of the sea.
Thera is in Greece, if I'm not mistaken, right? Oh, kind of a cool, like, cliff feature there. Okay. I do like that you can use gold to repair the improvements now. That feels a lot better than some of the old ways of dealing with that stuff, where you had to, like, rebuild it using production. And up in Rome, I mean, maybe a granary? How long? 4 turns to, like, grow. Actually, the wharf might be the best option. Yeah, let's do the wharf. Then we can reestablish some fish. I feel like right here. And then we can pick up those fish next time they grow. You share your thoughts about the crisis mechanic now that you experienced one? Seems fine. I mean, the one... I got the one that I was best equipped to manage, I think, right? Which is happiness, when I was playing, like, the Civ that generates a bunch of happiness. So I know they vary a little bit. Like, the type of crisis that you get changes from game to game. So I don't know if I'm, like, best positioned to input on that quite yet, given that I feel like I got really lucky in the one that I got, you know? See, I'm hoping there is a treasure fleet resource down here somewhere.
It seemed the kingdom might split apart.
Okay. Change policies. I don't really have a lot of specialists on my capital, so we'll just leave that as is for the time being. I have Snyder there. Niter. So I think we're going to settle right here, and then we can grow out to that spice pretty quickly. Alright. Oh, we have theology here. +1 civilian movement, +1 charge for missionaries, receive 1 additional belief, receive 1 relic. Okay, yeah, let's go for it. Let's just go straight into theology, since, like, I have some benefits that are targeted around that. Alright, so the unique missionary, start religion, receive 25 cultural gold, and you convert settlement for the first time. And then I get extra relics when I complete a unique order. So it's, like, slightly religious focused, this particular culture. A plague one? Yeah, what does the plague entail exactly? Do you remember what the kind of mechanics were surrounding that? Alright. Maybe I should purchase a... Yeah. I kind of want to start heading over this way as well. I'm very constrained on this side at the moment. Okay, I've only found 1 treasure fleet resource. Let's grab the resource here. And I can take this. Not at the moment. Okay. Now specialization available. We're going to leave it as is, I think. We could get the granary. Yeah, let's do it. Let's just put it right there. And the settler, I'm actually thinking I might actually want it positioned over this way for when I start exploring. Seems like I could potentially find some resources out that way. Do I want up here, maybe? This gives, like, more area to build. Yeah, I think I might actually reposition up this way. We can, if I use this guy, I can settle next turn in a pretty reasonable spot. I just want to make sure there's enough space to, like, put stuff down if I decide I want to convert this into a city. Though, on the other hand, I mean, it's unlikely this ever becomes a city, right? Like, this is pretty isolated. So maybe I do go in that spot. Now I'm, like, hemming and hawing back and forth. So, yeah, I think I'm gonna settle it right there. Okay, so I could go for a specialist. Or I could try to increase growth. I know, like, there's an objective to get, like, really high yields on a tile for this era. I'm thinking maybe I, like, go right here and try to get my tile yields up. Okay. Next tech. Knights and man-at-arms. Production on camps and woodcutters. Food on food buildings and food on fishing boats. I actually might grab that mastery really quick and then start going into shipbuilding. Just because I want to pump up my food up and just keep growing for, like, the entire game. Is there an easy way to see distant lands? Yeah. There's 1 out of 1 treasures available over here. Okay, so I feel like I've found the only one then. Wish I had looked at that before. Settlement gets plagued in a district, and slowly other districts get infected too. I don't remember whether it disables district yields or just causes a penalty, then plague infects more cities, and so on. Yeah. Definitely sounds like it would be more challenging. I'm curious what the extra mechanic is. Interesting with towns, you can go for bad settles tile-wise and focus only on resources. Yep, agreed. That is something that I have really liked about the system so far. I'm going to build a key. Actually, I could have built it there in hindsight to grab those, that resource. Okay, I need to heal these guys. There's some spices down there. Maybe send this guy in that direction. And we can grow a city. I think I want to get the fishies. Maybe put them here, just so they start growing fast. Let's grab the niter, and then next turn, or next time this grows, we can grab the spices and start doing the treasure fleets. You need shipbuilding to start sending treasure fleets. Okay, good to know. I might actually grab the grist mill here first. Mine food's pretty good. Okay, is that... So this... Oh, there are island treasures over here. Okay, so I am basically going to finish mastery and then go for shipbuilding, and it looks like I'll need feudalism and heraldry for that. And unfortunately I can't queue text, which feels like such an oversight to me, but is what it is. Oh, I totally forgot about these guys. See if I can actually catch up here. So I would like to get suzerainty there. I know it's unlikely, but I have a whole bunch of influence that I'm sitting on and not really doing anything with at the moment. And continue to heal. Yeah, I am really liking the towns. I think it plays a pretty key role. And here's another independence. Need 340 there. Okay, there's cartography, so some extra food on things. And I've met Ibn Battuta. Just gonna do another neutral greeting. I don't think I need anything in here at the moment. Suppose I could go for espionage if I wanted to. Okay, let's grow a town. Get the dice. A narrative choice. One migrant and one expansionist attribute point. I see happiness settlements. I mean, that's manageable. Expansionist attribute point sounds really good, though. I'm gonna grab that. You can do that quest. Get this guy back to heal. Okay, this is gonna be a somewhat challenging area to settle. We're gonna need my army down there to deal with those units. So we're gonna choose attack. Maybe feudalism first, just because it gives settlement limits. Kind of a weird set of tax leading into shipbuilding. Okay, gristmill is going to be really nice in here. Yeah, that makes sense, I suppose. Resource assignments. Yes, there's an empty spot there. Okay. And let's see what is going on up here. Okay. Maybe Wales next. Ooh, truffles is pretty good, actually. Plus 3 happiness capital, plus 10% culture when it's celebration. Grab the truffles. You like that? Whoop. No, it's not a global. Training units, but I think I can take that out and put that in here because this guy is going to be training a decent number of units over the coming eras, I think. I'd say hilarious position to recommend settling a city. Like only one spot down there where it's actually going to work. This is really interesting because it dramatically increases the value of naval units compared to literally every other iteration of Civilization that I've played. So that's kind of exciting. I'll be curious to see where this goes in the final era as well. Someone's founded Protestantism. Okay. Actually, how do I get... Oh, okay. This is my unique mercenary. So we want to add that into the queue. Navigable river, coastal terrain, adjacent wonder. What's the... Let me check the other adjacencies. Because we'll want to consider that as well, because they'll be in the same district. Mountainous terrain, under. Okay, so not really that compatible. I guess that spot right there might be the best to place it. I want to try to maximize all adjacencies, because at least that would get a wonder adjacent or a mountain adjacency. I think let's do that, just so I don't forget. Yeah, I'm really hoping that naval combat is a lot better than it has been in previous entries in the series.
By knowing things in their true nature.
We have additional policies. Ooh, not mean to get rid of that. So This one's interesting. Civilian movement and 1 charge for missionaries. Let's take off the happiness on science buildings. Put in evangelism. I think that'll get my settler down there a little bit faster. Maybe my commander? I don't know if they count as like a civilian or not. Alright, let's grow this city here. Get elephants. Could add a specialist. I think I need more food. I have a... Let me look at the list of stuff here. Yeah, I do have a granary. I feel like I should be getting more from the farms than this says I'm going to be getting. I guess I'll grab some fishing stuff since that's pretty effective. And we can get another belief, it looks like. I have to go over to mine. Okay, kind of funny. Okay, so this is all like totally different than the previous ones. Good strategy for adjacencies is just placing a lot of wonders around some tile. Yeah, that seems to be the case. Okay, so newly founded towns in distant lands start with this religion in place. Okay. +2 movement to missionaries when embarked. All naval and embarked units receive +1 movement. That's pretty good. Units gain +5 combat strength in friendly settlements that follow this religion. Conquered settlements are converted to your religion. When a trade route is established to a settlement, it is converted to your religion. Okay. Interesting. Missionaries receive +1 charge. Yeah, I've noticed it does have quite a lot of wonders, which is nice. Like, it's fun to build wonders, you know? And Civ 6 felt very restrictive in that way because the AI were literally always beating you to wonders and, like, really prioritize that. Or +1 relic slot. I think I'm going to grab the relic slot. Because I have ways of generating relics outside of just conversion. Okay. I think I'm going to grab +25% production towards overbuilding. I mean, that's okay. I might grab that. Let me check. What are the other civics that I like need? I mean, I should probably get the merchants. I don't know the wonders very well either is part of the problem. I should get started on the exploration tree. Let's just get like these baseline stuff researched. Get the 20% food because I have 1,000,000 happiness. I don't really have a lot of specialists still. Just go with that for now. Okay. Whoop. Oh, I see. Okay. Put that in. There's a weird sound there. Okay, tornadoes. Okay, they're doing a lot of hostile diplomatic actions on me. Doesn't seem like I'm gonna... Well, maybe. Let's try it. I'm sure I could calculate if that is actually feasible or not to win that race. And then over here... Right. Could just go over here, because that's like adjacent to a wonder. I suppose, though, that's actually blocked because of the resources there, so never mind. Maybe I just do, like, right here, and I could maybe build some wonders in there later. Fishing key will also potentially be important. I'm just going to grab that quick. Okay. Interesting whether that conversion on capturing a city will count towards military win. Oh, yeah, good point. Yep. I see what you're saying. Yeah, it does seem like it could be a pretty strong pick if you are going like heavy into the militarist kind of style. So I'm gonna grab a temple because this is it seems fine. This is part of my quest, right? This build 3 temples, so that'll give me another expansionist attribute point. So let's go ahead and open that. So an expansionist, % growth rate or +1 food for age on warehouse buildings. Let's see. Probably going to be too late to get this 1 population in new towns. I'm going to go for the growth rate, and then I can kind of go down that left path. We will need the grist mill in here, but maybe... I guess I could buy the granary still, though this is largely like... maybe not. Maybe I actually need like a sawmill. Does it have any adjacency? No, it's just the warehouse. I think I'm fine building it there. Okay. So, these units are coming to reinforce the settler. Still making their way over to the spices. Over here, we are exploring. Just one turn at a time. All right. Do I value this or the observatory more? So the observatory I could build faster. Then this a little slower. I mean, maybe I go for the observatory just to get down the tech tree a little faster. I think I feel okay about that. And in the meantime, just try to keep exploring and finding any valuable resources that I can. I'm gonna be curious how this age kind of pans out, right? Because you kind of have these intermittent islands in between the players. But eventually... Oh, had some flooding there. But eventually, right, you're going to start coming into contact with them on what you could call, like, their home island, I guess, right? Or their home continents. And the AI, in this case, like, the ones that are added to the game are generated, right? I'm good with the gold there. So, like, I don't know what that whole situation is going to look like, you know? Okay, we have narrative choice. Okay, apparently got +1 swordsman. Looks like I might lose that. We'll try to compete for it, but all good if we don't get it. Make sure we're getting as many resources as we can. Also buy a temple if we wanted. That does not seem necessary to me. I could also maybe... Yeah, I'm gonna purchase one of these missionaries. Where does it show the religion? Okay, right, because there's 2 different kind of sets of religion. You have rural and urban. So they can have different religions in Civ 7. I don't know why I remember this, really. Gonna buy the fishing key here. And we'll grab the spices. Okay, I, like, barely made it over here.
king was...
Man, that is... I mean, they weren't wrong to say it was a crippling blizzard, that's for certain. More town growth. What's the specialization on this? Nothing yet, really. Do you think I should probably buy this place a granary? Put it right there. Oh, and then we grow, and yeah, maybe that right there, that farm. Also grow the city. Considering we could do the fish. You have a lot of food. 12 more turns to grow. I do wonder if like just the extra science and culture is worth more than the food at this point. I'm finding it difficult to assess whether or not that's the case. I think I'm gonna grab the fish though, just because that is a resource that I can use. And I think it can go in the towns. Alright. Choose a tech. So just heraldry into shipbuilding, so I can start the treasure fleets. And these guys are going to come hang out down here, just in case we get attacked. Okay, let's see if we can just beat them out. Spent a lot of influence on that. I know I should probably sunk cost it, but what are you gonna do? Okay, more city growth. I do need more production in here. That tile actually seems okay. I think I might grab that. Then, yeah, I need to repair these again. This blizzard could go away. That would be nice. Get the piggies. And plenty of options of stuff to put in Rome now. Not paying like that close of attention on like what the effects are. I'm sure if I were like optimizing a lot, I will need to do that. But you know, it's also like however many hours into this stream now, so. Alright. Better convert foreign cities first. Yes, that is probably not a bad idea. I'm also thinking like I should maybe send down this way, because I want to get the relics from the wonders, right?
Wealth circulating.
Okay. More flooding. Doesn't look like I was affected all that much. Do I want another... Yeah, I think I want some, like, several missionaries. Culture or science. Let's go for the science so we can get the treasure fleets going as soon as we can. And let's just grow. Also grab the fishing key. Okay. Choose a civic. Extra resource capacity in a settlement feels pretty good to me. That's a wonder, I realize, but it must be placed on desert, though. I don't know if there are any of these that feel like I need these, you know? Maybe I just start on the Majapahit's items here. Yeah, let's get that 25% production towards overbuilding. Yeah, I was actually thinking about making a merchant. Thank you, tutorial. Okay, they can idle. See if I... seems like I lost out on that one, which is too bad. Well, we'll work on these ones down here as well once I have enough influence to do so. Man, so many floods. Okay. So I think I'm going to bring this guy here, and then we can start going out into the ocean on the next turn. And this guy is just wrapping up exploration of this continent here. And 331 here doesn't feel too bad. Let's do that. Fish? Here would get me another resource. Let's grab that fish there. It gives me 2 more resources, actually. Settlement under threats. Okay. Let's play these guys. And hopefully we can farm a little bit more commander XP. Unfortunately, I don't have my insane combat strength from my elephants anymore, which made my life quite easy. I don't think we need any of this right now. Relic slot might be useful later, but for now, we can just keep it on growth. Okay, let's go ahead and start converting some of our own cities, just because I am trying to get some of this, right? So with 2 towns, or whatever they're called, I should have 4 legacy points. So that would get me the first militarist thing. Chocolates, right? Or cocoa, I guess. Yeah, that would be one that I am interested in, so might have to grab that. And as far as tiles here, that makes sense. Maybe the fishing boats, just for more growth. That one has extra production as well. I think I'm going to do that. Just keep trying to grow these cities as much as possible. And then down here, grab the jade. Okay, resource assignments. I might take the pearls out and throw in the jade here, just because Rome is producing a decent amount of gold for me. Then let's see if we can take out these archers here. Okay, so this don't have enough influence yet. I want to try to befriend all of these if it's possible, because the benefits they provided me in the last era were really quite good. So I'd be curious to continue exploring that, you know. Okay. Seems like I'll get a happiness bonus on that spot here, so I think that's where I'm going to go. This will definitely not be evolving into a city later. Okay. Almost to shipbuilding, which means I should be able to start on the treasure fleet soon, right? Actually, it doesn't say. Let me... Treasure fleets. I do think it's shipbuilding, but I don't... Treasure fleets. Yeah, it is unclear. Unless I'm like totally missing it. I wish there were a search function in the tech tree. Oh, there's actually 2 Cocos here, so let's go in like this spot down here, because that will get me access to both of those. Okay, can upgrade these swordsmen. Also upgrade the coursers, might as well. Funny, this the exploration age really covers quite a large period. It's like the late classical all the way up to the point where you're basically going into the industrial era. A little unusual. 3 science and production are all unique improvements. Well, let's do this first. I think right here makes sense. We can also get this one here. I think that one works as well. Okay. And hopefully that guy does not decide it is time to die. Okay, we're gonna keep moving. I think a couple turns, and then I'm really hoping that shipbuilding is actually the tech that I need for the treasure fleets. Like, unless I'm totally missing things.
It seemed the kingdom might split apart beneath the
Okay.
thunder.
Got the extra production towards overbuilding. I think I'm... Actually, let's put maritime law in. That extra production towards naval units will come in handy in a little bit. I'm actually good with open borders here. And as far as civics, whoop. Did not mean to just click one there. That is probably the one I was going to take, though. Unless there's like a really good wonder somewhere that I want. Hard to say. Ooh, Elvis Scorial might be good, actually. 3 relic slots, 1 settlement limit. Yeah, let's head towards that. So let's pick up mercantilism. Actually, what's the one that I get a bonus to? It's in this one here. Gamelan. To food and happiness on quarters. Yeah, I mean, that one's good too, but I'm gonna play into the relics as much as I can, I think. Okay, discovered a new continent. Guess the spot is just good, so we'll go ahead and found that city. Alright, again, we'll get the fishing key. And we'll get the cocoa over here. Go ahead and convert. Great, that gives us 1 progress on the military tree. See. You can check guidelines for treasure fleet in the menu with win conditions. They displayed as quests. Okay, I see. Yeah, no, I didn't think you had like misled me or anything. It just like wasn't clear from the things I was interacting with. Yeah, research shipbuilding. I see. Yep, kind of a weird spot. Like I feel like that should also be visible in the tech itself, you know. Which of these do I want? I don't think it really matters too much. Because we can grab that one there. Guys can just heal. Guys can fortify. I would love to trade maps with you, Ibn Battuta. See what that reveals in a moment here. Keep getting that food. And let's get the extra culture from Specialists. I think I'm at a point where I have a decent amount, though. We're good to fortify. And we can go ahead and send a unit down here as well. Oh, they're actually converting my stuff. Let's buy another missionary unit here. Okay. Heal. Another decent spot for treasure fleet things down here with the 2 spices. Plantation or fishing boat. Oh, the fishing boat seems a little bit more effective. And yeah, this can be assigned to a town. Put it down there. And specialization. Yeah, still don't think I'm ready for a specialization there. Thankfully, these knights are pretty strong. And at this point, I think that guy just needs to come back and heal for a bit. What is this? That's their unique units, the Tertio. Yeah, this is interesting. Like, this is going to create a lot of conflicts just in the ocean itself, right? And like the areas between the islands. Good design so far is how I'm feeling. Grab that, and we can get the chocolate. Okay. I go there. Not sure why I can't spread here. Can we use it on holy sites or settlements that are being raised? Okay, so I'm not sure how you convert a city that like started as a holy site then, you know? Like the capital, are they just unconvertible? Not clear to me. Alright, let's take those units out. Alright, that reminds me actually, I needed to befriend these guys. And we can grow here. Let's make sure we're getting all the treasure stuff. Everyone here is just going to fortify. Yeah, it's just like... Yeah, in other Civ games, for instance, right, you could convert cities. It took a lot, right, like to convert a holy site, but you could do it. So it's unclear to me if it's like even possible to eliminate a religion in this iteration of Civ. It seems like it might not be, in which case choosing the religious tenets that gives me the relics from converting cities with wonders was a mistake, right? Because that's where all their wonders are, is in their capitals. Let's go for a specialist here, I think. Oh, I apparently need to repair this sawmill. And then we can grow down here. We basically captured everything of interest down here already, so just keep getting some fishing keys. Alright. Idle. Okay, now that I've converted this, like, do I need a temple in here in order to buy stuff? I do. I'm gonna buy a temple in here. Just put it right there. And I've unlocked Siam, having 4 temples. Also buy a merchant. Let's do that. Spending some money that I've just been sitting on. What would be a good option? This maybe here. Yeah, I think I'm good with that actually. Those I should probably try to go for another settler as well. Okay. Grow up here. Go for specialist maybe? Or a farm. 16 turns to grow. Let's go for the farm. Eating religion. I am hopeful after I spread here. Oh. No, I've already spread there. And I won't be able to convert there. I'm surprised they haven't, like, settled anything in here. I don't know what the deal is with that. Alright. Shipbuilding in 1 turn. Convert our own city here.
Plenty of money maketh generally things dear, and scarcity of money maketh likewise generally.
So I have some wonders available if I want. I also have the shipyard, which could be good. And it also allows me to send units across the deep ocean. I'm going to upgrade my unit. So there are multiple tiers of this emblematic unit, it seems. Get a cultural attribute point as well, so we'll distribute that in a second. Go ahead and grab the niter. And we can choose a tech. Any mastery worth having? Maybe. All embarked land units may enter deep ocean train. Oh, okay. So that's how you would get your kind of land units across the ocean. Reading more about Treasure Fleet, it appears that it can also get access to it via merchant, but it should be assigned to a distant land settlement anyway. Okay. Interesting. Some very niche options here. I was looking at the medieval bridge that allows you to, like, build over a navigable river. +1 happiness on happiness bonus on happiness buildings is good for me. I'm looking at the wrong tree. I was thinking about the social tree. That's not what I'm looking at. Education is probably good. That also gives +1 specialist limit. So maybe I grab guilds so I can get into education. And then I also have this cultural thing here. I'm just going to do +1 culture and settlements for each resource, I think. Okay. Then we can also choose a civic. And I think it's time to get this one as well. Alright. My industry in the city isn't great. Shipyard. Actually, that's kind of nice, actually, that you can get industry on, like, ocean tiles, etc. Because there's very limited uses for that in most cases. I think that's probably worth building in pretty much any city where you can build it. I think I'm going to need it here as well, so let's go ahead and plop that down. Because this city struggles with, doesn't have great production options, so a little challenging there. Let's heal them. Spread religion there. Spread religion there. Those I could also send this one kind of out in this direction. Let me check the military thing here. Right, it was conquer one. So maybe I can, like, target Isabella or something to steal some of this stuff. Alright. Probably just more fishies. Yeah, more fish. Should maybe also train a fleet commander at some point. That seems like it's very likely to be useful later this game. Which one is this? Akia, okay. Clay pit. Yeah, let's grab the clay pit. And here, I'll just keep grabbing fish. Now, specialization, I'm aware, thank you. Actually, how is it that I get the treasure fleets exactly? I kind of got to that point and then spawn treasure fleet. Okay. Is that something I have to buy? You got a free one from researching something like with discipline and antiquity. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe after I end this turn, because I just changed tech. So let me see what happens there. Because everything seems to happen like on the next turn in this game. Okay, some extra resources here. That and anything else? Nothing I can do there. Generated. Is there any way to, say, check the... I see. Next treasure fleet will spawn in 5 turns. Okay, that answers my question. Great, so they just automatically spawn in settlements where you have the necessary resources. I'm going to buy a fleet here just to help navigate. Or help protect the treasure fleets that'll be spawning in. And then here, +2, 4, 1. Is like the best option, so we'll put it there. Grow a town. Grab more fish, I suppose. Maybe that one, because I could get some more sugar. Alright. And maybe use this guy to come convert that town there. Thinking maybe I can... Oh, maybe I can get that one. Okay. Kind of weird that there's just like a giant mass of open space in the middle of the continent here. Alright, so can convert here. And let's take a look. This is, you know, I'm unlikely to generate the relics I actually need here. Idle them. Just want to see how these treasure fleets work. Oh, that is a hurricane, which I have not seen yet in this game. I guess there have been some other disasters in the game as well, so it makes sense that they're there. But just wasn't expecting it.
The master and apprentice love the master in...
How am I on here? Okay, doing okay. Could also need 340 there. Narrative choice, 25% towards pavilion or dungeon. I don't know what either of those things do. Let's check the pavilion. So I have culture, +1 happiness on quarters, or dungeon. +2 influence, +3 production. Let's go for the pavilion, I suppose. Do I want to upgrade another one of these to a city? I feel like I maybe should. I think I'm going to. Let's convert this to a city, just because I need more outputs on things, of like global outputs. I think I grabbed the brickyard, but like right there. This, and I'm gonna purchase a shipyard and put it there, just because that'll increase the production there quite a bit. And if we view the tree here, extra. I don't really care about that. +1 culture and +1 production on marine terrain. I do have quite a bit of marine terrain, actually. Let's go for that. That seems pretty good for me right now. Yep, and then let's get our quarter up, our special quarter. If we view the tree here, what is next? Probably education for extra tech is what I was going for. And here is a city, so we can add that. Okay. How are we doing on our treasure fleets here? 2 turns, okay. And no, still need another turn before I can try to befriend them. Kiln is culture, that's interesting. Go for the Meru, which will need to be, yep, this one here, so that'll get me my quarter as well. Okay, so they're gonna fight me on this one. Alright, so be it. Some woodcutters. Yeah, I probably need the stone cutter here. Alright. a funny direction for this hurricane to go. Great. Alright, and these guys just need to heal. They got hit by the hurricane. But they're not really doing anything at the moment. And then continuing to explore here. Kiev. Okay. Could be useful to, what's the word I'm looking for? To try to, like, influence them, because I could later integrate Kiev, and that would give me a town on a foreign continent as well. Okay. I think I'm going to do that. Let's befriend them. And I'm fine with you just being still. Okay, so we have a treasure fleet. Just need to escort them home, I assume. And the border is one of your homeland settlements. Okay. I'll just skip a turn there, I guess. Okay, so I'm going to be battling there for religious supremacy. Is there 5 turns to that? Feels pretty painful. I'd rather be buying them, but I guess I'll spend the time making it idle again. Actually doesn't have to go very far in order to get back. That's a pretty easy route for me. Okay. Move them. And let's get that treasure fleet home. Yeah, it's interesting. The way this works kind of it resets the era a little bit. Like, while you may have been very interested in conquering your home continents in the first era, it's like you suddenly have no reason to want that, you know? And it totally reorients the game. So, like, it feels very peaceful at the start of the era. Do we need a temple here? Probably not for the moment. And then here, I think they just need to be in the borders, right? I can unload. And that is 1 treasure fleet points. Okay. Pretty simple. Got an economic attribute as well. Let's go over here. I think I was going to do the extra gold for every imported resource, and then get the extra resource capacity. And we can actually do the same here as well. So this guy has it pretty easy. We're going to go ahead and upgrade him there. And actually, let's get rid of that. And just purchase them. I don't really want to build these. I have better things to spend my production on. Alright. Going to continue to do this plus 20% food. Extra food towards maintaining specialists. Or trade wins. I'm going to go with the extra food for maintaining specialists. I am starting to get a decent number of them now. I will also need a sawmill in here. Definitely not there. That would... Let's make sure we fill that appropriately. And I guess, yeah, sawmill is the only option there, so we can just do that. Do I want to just remove this from the game? Maybe. Not really. I mean, I guess I can still attack their units, though, without completely destroying them. Okay. Religious guy, you go... Are you over here? Ibn Battuta seems to be doing pretty decently for himself. I think there's a wonder up here, maybe? I don't know. It's hard to tell. Be a good idea to buy another settler so you can get quests done faster and potentially have another town with treasure fleet. Yeah, potentially. Right now, I have 3, and I haven't... Because this guy's taken this spot. I haven't identified any other locations where I can get the treasure fleets to spawn from, so I think I'm at the point where I have to take over someone else. Let's get that culture.
Wherever you go.
On culture and production on marine terrain. Yeah. Oop. Grab that. Pretty solid overall for me. Like, I am a very marine society at this point, so I think that'll be pretty good. So I do think I'll need to... What's the word I'm looking for? I'll need to train some more Navy. / army. I will also need a fleet commander. I can do that in 3 turns here. I think I should work on that. In Kunfu, Navigable River, blah blah blah. No. Guildhall. Influencing gold isn't bad. I could use the gold. Do I want any more? I mean, a merchant might be helpful, actually. Let's get a merchant quickly, just so I can get a little more trade. And maybe another unit there. And then as far as tech goes, I don't know if Reformation is worth it. Convert the target settlement to your founded religion. Let's just try it and see what happens. I'm hoping I can like use that to convert the holy sites away, because otherwise, like, I don't really have way to generate the relics that I need. All right, let's target here. This guy's just chilling until another treasure fleet spawns. So I think the target is probably Ibn Battuta, right? Like, Isabella hasn't really done anything up to this point, whereas Ibn Battuta seems to have some people running around. Some towns, or whatever you call them, in foreign locations. So probably the best one to try to stop.
The best investment for 1 year is to grow.
Okay. And it doesn't seem like I was actually affected here. You can choose a city-state bonus. Monastery unique improvement, +4 science, +3 happiness if the settlement follows your religion. Okay. Science buildings receive +1 science for every city you're suzerain of, +5% science for every suzerain. Receive a pop in your capital when you become suzerain of a city-state, including this one. You have a free technology when you become a suzerain. That one sounds pretty good, actually. I'm going to go for the free technology. So I'm definitely not going to kill this guy here, because that's a pretty solid effect to have. I'm just going to wait it out until I can rent them. Okay, so you have education. You could also get a relic. 1 gold on gold building and 1 production enclave and pits would also be good. What I would really like is production on camps. I actually got production on woodcutters already. Production on quarries. Armor and trebuchet. Hard to know what I need. I mean, I guess I'm going to be playing aggressively, so I should go for castles and start getting access to some of the better military units. And they can go to sleep. And hopefully I can skirt along the top here all the way to the other side of the continent. Okay. We have our first fleet commander. Oh, and the city has been converted, apparently. Let's make sure that they don't keep doing that. And over here, I kind of want to buy, or not buy, purchase, build rather, another thing. I guess we could buy one. Yeah, let's just, I think I decided to just buy, and then maybe a university. Seven science and 3 happiness. I think that sounds okay. Would like to try to get through as much of the tech tree as I can. Okay. And they can idle. I assume they don't start with a promotion. Nope. Okay. Have them idle. And where do I want to send this guy? I guess we'll do it on our own continent for now. Maybe right here. But I would like to get something going with Isabella as well. Are we ever going to find the other side of this continent? Man. I guess we kind of have a rough idea of where it ends. War industry there would be good. 6 industry there, actually. Let's grab that. We want to produce stuff fast. So what I'm thinking here... Yeah, still low industry. We do have plenty of woodlands. Maybe not plenty. We do have 1 woodcutter. Stonecutter, clay pits. Clay pits. Yeah, this one is like a little production challenged at the moment. So maybe we get the sawmill and starts expanding on that, and we can just immediately grab probably this one right here and start improving that production. Let's make sure we are converting the city back to us. Okay. Pretty peaceful so far this era.
The gospel cannot be truly preached without offense and tumult.
So I can add these in now, which might be worth it. I don't know if I really need evangelism at this point. Let's take that out, and I can get the 15% either culture and happiness or gold and science. You have an incline towards the gold and science at the moment. That's a nice tile here. Take that. And as far as the civic goes, so I'm done with the theology civics. I could get the Majahapi civics, and I would get an extra settlement limit and culture on quarters, which would be good. Robador. Let's do food and happiness on quarters. Pretty strong. Plus 5 combat strength to naval units against land units could be helpful. I like barely made any progress on this though. Golden Age gold production on production adjacency actually is useful, I think. So that's a civic. So maybe not as useful as I was thinking. Authority, I mean, none of these seem like vital to me, you know? I guess there's a settlement limit option here. Yeah, let's go for the settlement limits, I guess. And we have a town specialization available. Don't think we really care. Yeah, I think we're good as is. Another treasure fleet available. Make sure we're escorting that. And we have one here. Let's see, economic. Yeah, it's gonna take a bit to move up, but that's okay. My god, would they stop converting my cities? It feels very easy to convert cities in Civ 7 in a way that it perhaps hasn't in the past. That guy right there. They have a lot of missionaries running around too. I suppose, like, the thing with the religion, though, in this iteration of civilization is that it kind of disappears after this era, right? So you can just have it engaging for this one era, and then you don't really need to worry about it anymore. I found Civilization 6 in particular to be very... what's the word I'm looking for? Like, micromanagey, I guess. I was not the biggest fan of Civ 6 and religion, or really a lot of things about Civ 6 in general, but the religion felt like a particularly gruesome offense. Okay. I think they... I don't know why I sent that guy all the way back. He doesn't need to go there. I think I send the naval commander up this way, because all my units are going to be going in this direction, and I can purchase another one of these, and actually, like, I can start pulling some army over that way as well. I should also maybe consider another commander unit if I'm going to be going after Ibn Battuta. Oh, that's a holy site, apparently. I guess he must have, like, moved his capital or something. I'm not sure. Or, that was just the first place he built a temple or whatever. Well, that's fine. Let's go down to Baghdad here. And as far as tech... right, I was probably going to progress up into metallurgy. That gives some production options, gives access to a trebuchet. I think that feels okay. And here... make sure we are maintaining our religions here. Apparently... oh, I think I need to be in a rural district. It's basically just like, hit the button twice and you convert the city, which I'm not sure if I really like that. And we can unload our treasure fleet, so if we check our progress now... Yeah, I think I only got +1 from that one. But, can I get this one this turn? Okay. Can unload that. Still need a few more. Yeah, this is definitely pretty time-consuming, this particular element to this. Okay, I have another great work that I completed. So this is the, what are they called? Why can't I remember what these things are called? The relics or whatever. You haven't played Civ 6 much because this game is so much hidden under the hood, so it's just overwhelming to beginners. Yeah, there's, especially with Civ 6, like, the amount of information that you need to know to, like, actually optimize playing the game is, like, very high. And a lot of it isn't actually presented to the player in a way that they can really engage with. So it can be a little challenging. Oh, the civic cards are one of the worst offenders because they, like, a lot of times they'll seem like they're really good, but in reality they suck, and they don't tell you anything about, like, how many yields you're actually going to get. And there are mods to do that, but it really should have been part of the base game, you know? Do I want to do the saw pits? Have some woodcutters. I mean, probably not. They, like, just build a couple more units to... I think I do. I think I built some units to supplement kind of attacking westward. And then here, I think I was going for society and then mastery of that for the relic and the settlement limits. Actually, upgrade that archer. Can they? Yeah, they can ranged attack those units, which I did not realize. Okay, let's load them up. And we probably don't need to purchase anymore. We can just, like, purchase one out here. That guy right there. Kind of funny that you can purchase these out in your outlying towns. Yeah, Humankind did have that same issue, but thankfully, you know, it was such that one was such a good update that they made to the game, like a huge quality of life improvement to know what yields you're actually getting from the infrastructure. It does feel like in some ways they've repeated a couple of the same mistakes in Civ 7, where they don't actually give you full information about what things are doing. So you can see that in the social policy slots, right? Like, I should be able to see when I slot this, like, how much science I'm actually getting. But it's kind of hidden away behind the scenes, you know? Okay. So this town here, Wharf would be strong. But I should really probably get these uniques going. I really don't want to replace that. Actually, 4, that's not terrible. Let's just do it. And then they can grow to a different spot. So we'll grab this lumber right here so we can keep producing things effectively. Alright, so we'll need to go to a rural tile to finish converting Baghdad there. And I can finally, like, explore, really, without worrying about losing my units, so let's do that. They're good. Let's make sure we're converting Rome back. Alright. And consolidating some forces kind of in this direction to go after Ibn Battuta. Sleep. Okay, you have man-at-arms there. Yeah, they have a few... This is probably my target, right? Because I can get treasure fleets there. I suppose this one would work too. Because these ones aren't generating any treasure fleet points, so they're really not valuable in any meaningful way. Seagull Desert Train, the settlement. Maybe. I mean, 9 happiness is pretty good. Let's just crap that. Except 7 shows yields from social policies in the city menu. Yeah, I have to take a closer look at it and see how they've actually laid out some of that information. But, like, if I go in here... You know, like, the way this stuff is kind of varied, you know? Which is fine. But it doesn't help you in actually deciding what policy is best. Simply because you can't see it, like, the effect across your empire in any one place, you know? You can only see it at the city-by-city level, and only after you've slotted the things in. Okay. Don't need that. Suppose I could go for specialization here. Let's just... I'll just go for the food, because there's a lot of fishing in the settlement. And they can come back here. And actually, I need to start befriending them. And that'll take a little while, so... I do feel like my gold output has improved quite a bit, which is nice. I have enjoyed the versatility of gold in this iteration of Civ. Sometimes it doesn't always feel worth it. Do you wonder... No, I don't... Yeah, I won't have enough to buy an army commander, I don't think. I also don't know if naval units can take cities or not. Anything else we like really need in here? Guildhall could be good. I think I built that in one other city as well. Hilton would also give us some options for influence, or for culture, rather. That are in university would give us science. Yeah, I actually think I'm going to go for science here. And then let's try to fully convert Baghdad. There we go. No idea if there's any wonders there. It doesn't seem like it. Which is kind of too bad, because I would really like to get those relics, but I really picked the wrong one, because I didn't understand how you could not convert the holy sites. So that's really come back to bite me in the ass. And all the wonders are in the holy sites. Alright. Any reason to build the dungeon? Maybe. Yeah, I already have the science building here. Guildhall and Bazaar could both be worth it. Because I would like to increase my gold output, because that gives you a lot of versatility with the your outlying towns, because you rely on purchasing things there, but it allows you to support like a forward war effort, basically. So I'm considering like that I may need to be able to purchase things here, right, in order to send to the front. I'm also probably losing progress here. Yeah, these stupid missionaries are actually really annoying. I was never a fan of having to manage missionaries. How long am I planning on streaming? Not much longer. Like, this has been 6 hours now, so I'm probably going to be wrapping up pretty soon and try to finish at a slightly later point. All right. There's like no evidence that any of these have any real wonders to convert, so I'm just gonna have to go after some other ones. Okay. This guy, let's make sure we're maintaining religion in our outposts here. And up here, right, our coastal tiles are really good, so let's, well, I guess we could add a specialist, actually. This is a pretty solid specialist there, let's do that. Yeah, Confucius is just constantly doing espionage. Observatory. Yeah, I mean, we could put it over the library. I mean, 10 food and 8 happiness is pretty good. Kiln and culture is probably better than 10 food. Guild hall 10 gold might be equivalent to 10 culture. Might go for the guild hall, actually. University. Yeah, I am competing on this tile here. I actually think the science is probably more valuable on observatory university. Yeah. I suppose if I could concentrate them on one tile, that would probably be better. But I don't think it's that important, so I'll build that there. Okay. Need idle. And let's just keep moving these guys very slowly. Very painful to move them without the army commander. And, okay, I need to come down to Ravina, get that back. Alright. And Shiraz will start on just kind of explore the rest of this to the extent that we can.
From the new
Okay,
land
there's
of
metallurgy.
a son
Get the
of-
armorer, which we might actually need in this city here. Yeah, I am going to prioritize the armorer because I am falling behind in production here because it's not a very productive city in general. Yeah, I can build that over the barracks. I think that works okay. Prioritize that. And down here we'll grow our town. Pretty good fish up here. I think we can do that. Down here, same thing. I would rather have that gold per turn. And as far as tech goes, relic, maybe? Mastery. Go for metal crafting, maybe. And gunpowder is kind of at the end of that. Or I could go for architecture. Pavilion, I do have a production bonus towards, I believe, from a choice I made earlier in the area. In the era, rather. 3 combat strength for naval units. Actually, let's do that. And I need the embarked land units may enter deep ocean terrain. So we'll go ahead and do mastery of that. Then my resources. I don't think I actually need that many in the capital here. Happiness, food. Food and production is good. Yeah, and then production. Okay. On specialization, don't really need it. Do I need a grist mill? I don't think so. Sawmill? I mean, maybe. I want to preserve some of my gold, though, because I think I'm going to need it for other things in the not-so-distant future. Got our treasure fleet there. Doesn't seem like anyone's really in the business of intercepting our treasure fleets at the moment, which is making it pretty easy on our end. Alright. And the catapult is eligible for an upgrade as well. Oh, actually, that's not one of the defined rural districts. Let's put it up there. Be worth it to build wonders somewhere in the middle of urban districts to get a nice boost to yields and adjacency. Yeah. Do the wonders provide adjacency to like literally everything? It almost feels that way. At least like a lot of the like unique stuff, that's true, and it seems like it's true for a lot of the like era-based buildings as well. I can't actually remember if there's anything that doesn't have wonder adjacency, you know? It feels like it almost acts like a every wonder feels like it acts like a government plaza in a way, so which is like pretty important to consider if you're actually like doing city planning, you know. And I started this on a low difficulty, so it's not affecting me that much. I wouldn't say a low, at the recommended, you know, because this is my first game. But I could see a world in which that makes or breaks your game, you know. Okay. I think that's the target there. I'm going to need an army commander, since my other one is occupied on the other side of the world. Put these back. I think once I get these treasure fleets back... Oh, there's a wonder there. Natural wonder. I think once I get these treasure fleet backs, I'm going to bring the stream to an end, just because I am really starting to lose focus. This one, culture and each culture adjacency. Great works. Production towards wonders might not be too bad. I feel like I'm almost done with overbuilding, but not quite there. Subak I will basically have permanently slotted for the rest of the game. I could actually take that +1 culture from specialists out. And put in Renaissance. I think that's going to get me more culture overall. And then, as far as tech, I want to get the mastery here so I can get the relic. Okay. I need to repair the fishing boats. I could just buy them. And... can I... okay. There we go. Kiln... armorer, probably. Yeah, let's do that, just so we have some industry going. And we have a city here that needs stuff. Food? Maybe? It doesn't really need happiness or production towards missionaries and temples, so we'll just give it the food. Alright, let's unload. Let's get that guy back. For our rural. Convert that rural area. And then these guys are all going to gather and wait for the commander to come scoop them up. Alright. We did it! We got to the first economic legacy point. Man, it really feels like that takes a while. That's pretty tricky to get all of those, I think. You have one military. We have no science yet. I'm not exactly sure how you get the first one. Is it... This is like achieve a yield of 40 in 5 or more non-city center tiles. Oh, I see it. It must be the number of city center, non-city center tiles so that you get that yield. That would make sense. Sure, we'll accept that objective, I suppose. I do think, though, I am starting to lose steam and going to call it a day on this one. Simply because I have other things that I need to do this evening and other things to take care of. So, really appreciate you all tuning in. I hope I'm going to be able to stream again soon to wrap this particular game up and kind of explore into the kind of modern era and see where that goes. And if not, keep a lookout for some videos coming soon with Civ 7. And we'll see how this game goes. I don't have a strong opinion of it yet, but it feels good to play so far. But I'm sure that opinion will evolve as time goes on.